So before we go live, I'll share with all of the parents on this call a little PSA that if you have to order a COVID test for your child through the pediatrician, do not wait for the pediatrician's office to call you. Try to get those results from Norman Regional before your pediatrician's office closes or before you've run out of time to go to the lab and get a copy of the results because they won't give them to you over the phone. I'm being held hostage by these test results. My
You
daughter
you are you are
Canadian.
live.
Oh, sorry.
You're
Well, PSA over.
okay. Go ahead, Mayor.
You're
You're on mute, Bria.
See the look of realization? Yeah, okay. Let's try that again. Good evening and welcome to the City Council Conference of August 25th, 2020. We have one item on tonight's agenda, and it's a discussion regarding the Association of Central Oklahoma Government, or ACOG's Regional Transportation Improvement Plan. And for the presentation tonight, I'll turn it over to Sean O'Leary, Director of Public Works.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm going to share my screen. Are you all seeing that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. See if I can get it on. There we go. Okay, thanks for the chance to talk a little transportation tonight, particularly the ACOG Regional Transportation Improvement Plan. We call it the TIP. So I'll say that a lot of times tonight, the TIP Transportation Improvement Plan. Of course, Mayor Clark serves on the ACOG board, so she's familiar with this, and a few of others of you have kind of seen tidbits. I'm going to give you a little bit of background about the program before we get into the kind of the meat of the discussion. Angelo Lombardo prepared all of these slides for me. He could not be with us. He's about as close to being retired as you can be without being off the payroll. We're all kind of sad around here, but he literally is moving today, moving his remaining furniture to Dallas with his family. He'll be back in the office for a couple of days, the second week in September. His official last day of work here is September 11th, and we're going to have a little gathering for him, so you're more than welcome to join us for that. But he just couldn't be with us, and I think he's pretty much out for the duration. So I'll mention Angela a few times tonight too. But with us, with me is David Riesland, our traffic engineer. David is our kind of Angela's right-hand man. And David has also spent a lot of time the last couple of years getting ready for Angelo to leave and learning a lot about ACOG and grant applications. And he's gotten really good at it. So we're depending a lot on David to get us through the next few years. Also with us, Scott Sturt, city engineer, and Scott and his team spend a lot of their time and energy and resources delivering these projects and programs. So both of them are with me, and they're going to jump in if I get off the reservation. I'll do my best here. Angela would do a much better job than I, but I'll give it to you as best I can. Essentially, before I jump into the background, we just tell you that we have some challenges. Sorry to bring more financial challenges to you, but we have some fairly serious financial challenges on our 2019 bond program as a result of changes at ACOG and the acquisition of federal funding. You might recall it was 16 months ago, ironically today being a bond election day, 16 months ago, we went to a bond election for $72 million worth of bonds to be matched with $67 million in federal funds for $139 million transportation bond program, 19 different projects all over Norman. And again, we had a great support from the voters. Didn't have quite as much support that day on stormwater. As you'll recall, we did get the transportation bond program approved. So we're working away at it, but as we look in our crystal ball, it looks to us like some of the federal funds that we were hoping for are not going to come through. So we're going to share that with you tonight. And we're also going to share with you a solution or a beginning of a solution for you all to consider. A little bit of background, and again, Angelo put his heart and soul into these slides, and he's lived it all. He's put in 28 years with us here, and so we've been at this federal funding, transportation funding program for about 30 years. Great success. There's no one in the metro that holds a candle to what Norman has done. A lot of credit to Angelo, but our whole team, all the councils and mayors have been tremendously supportive to get us all of this success. So just share with you a few of the projects just to kind of put it into context. We've done a lot of widening of roads. Right now we're in the middle of a big one out on 24th Avenue East between Alameda and Robinson, but you can see all the rest of them. We've had enormous success in getting funding for big road widening projects. Here's a map that shows where they are. If you take a minute and look at that map, you'll see that it's on the perimeter of the urban area, which is exactly where it needs to be. This is where we've been growing, and this is where we need to improve our major arterial roads to accommodate that growth. And we have just look at the red lines on there that indicate the success. A few photos here. My favorite bridge there, Lindsay Street Bridge over Imhoff Creek. Just a beautiful bridge. All of that was done with federal funds. It's not just about road widening. We did our first modern roundabout on East Main Street with federal funds and a beautiful Indian grass. That was our first public art project here in Norman as well. We did the underpass, Robinson Street Underpass, one of the most challenging projects you'll ever undertake, and that was all federally funded, actually through this program and a few others. Lots of bridges. We don't talk about this very much because we have kind of preferred to use the ACOG funding for roads, but we have done many bridges over the years. All of the bridges over I-35 have been done in recent years. Recently finished the West Main Street Bridge over Brookhaven Creek, of course. So lots of success with bridges. Again, a map of those bridge projects all over Norman, and a very young Angelo Lombardo standing with a young now Commissioner Harold Harrelson, then Mayor Harrelson, and we're cutting the ribbon on the 48th Avenue East Bridge over Rock Creek. And then you can see a photo over there of the West Main Street Bridge recently completed over Brookhaven Creek. Lots and lots of intersection projects and new signals. You can see the list there. Here's a map. It's a little bit easier to look at. The red stars would indicate projects where we widened the intersection, added left turn lanes, that sort of thing, including new signals, and the yellow stars indicate just new signal projects intersections. So over 50 intersection widening projects over those years. Some just new traffic signals and replacements. Here's a few of those. Around the campus, it gets pretty delicate. We replaced our oldest signal in the system last year at Boyd and University there, and did it very tastefully with regard to the North Oval and the beautiful Cherokee Gothic arches there and so on. So lots of signal projects, 23 new signal replacements and 17 new signals. We also do overlays. We don't do these very often, but we've done some big arterial street asphalt overlay type projects, major road sections, Robinson Street, Tecumseh, Lindsay, Constitution, Imhoff, and a few of those here. Again, you can see these are major corridors where we were able to get federal funds instead of spending our own street maintenance dollars on these projects. So about 8 miles of overlays. Recently, they added sidewalks to the eligible projects, did a couple really good sidewalk projects, over 1 mile of new sidewalks on Boyd Street and McGee. We got 2 or 3 in the pipeline right now. So here's a picture of kind of where those happen and what they look like and so on. So again, federal funding for those. I think Angelo's, one of his greatest successes, there's so many, but is in this area of safety projects. So I don't think other cities figured it out until recent years, but he figured out years ago that he could apply for a number of traffic safety, road safety, pavement markings, signal upgrades. The flashing yellow arrow program came through this thing, and he's been able to get about $800,000 a year for the last 25 years for about $20 million. The other great thing about the safety dollars is it's 100% funding, no match. It doesn't get any better than that when you're trying to fund a transportation project. So you can see the examples here. roadway lighting. We had the first mile of LED streetlights in Oklahoma on Main Street through the federal funding program, and then the interconnect program for the fiber optic. We have touched every traffic signal in Norman with these federal funds at some point. This is how we get our ADA pedestrian push buttons, our countdown signal heads, the battery backup for when we lose power. I mentioned the flashing yellow arrow, video detection, emergency vehicle detection. So every signal has had some improvements, and David Reese on the line has been a project manager for many of these recent years projects. Again, I think one of the more interesting and remarkable things that Angelo has, and I give credit to him for the brainchild here, but years ago he decided that we needed to connect our signals and start creating what we hope to become a traffic management center. In order to do that, you have to have communication between those 150 or 160 signals. And to do that, you need to bury fiber optic cable. So he started doing that on projects, I'm going to say about 15 years ago. And then he had the remarkable idea that, well, if we're going to put conduit in the ground, why don't we put more fiber in that conduit and allow the city to create a fiber network of communication. So that's where that started. It was Angelo's idea to do that, and it's an award-winning, national award-winning project. And here's what that fiber network looks like. So not only can we talk to our signals from a computer screen, many of you have seen that demonstration, but we also have a wonderful communication network connecting all of our city buildings, our 911 system, and so on. That all was the brainchild of Angelo Lombardo about 15 years ago, and we've done it all with federal funds. So again, it's just hard to believe what we've accomplished year in and year out. Continuous roadway lighting, I mentioned that, the one on Main Street with the LED lights, but also many other lighting projects. You can see some here. North Park, the beautiful black powder coated lights with the tulip metal halide light overhang lights. Those are all federal funded lighting projects down West Tecumseh, Jenkins, Main Street, and so on. So those are all federally funded. About 10 miles of lighting, street lighting projects. Some kind of what I call light parade projects, but good old pavement markings. You got to do it, and they're expensive. So Angelo has gotten federal funds, about $2 million worth of federal funds to help us do more pavement marking, colored bike lanes, and so on. So that's been a lifesaver for our budget because we just have never had enough funding for pavement marking projects here in Norman. Here's kind of a picture of how it looks over multiple years, about 15 or so years of the funding cycle. I'm oversimplifying here, but I will say that those off years, those years when we're getting less than $1 million, are years we didn't have money to match. We didn't have a bond issue. We didn't have money to compete for the federal money. And the years with the high bars, like the 9.7 million, those are the years we had bond issues to match the federal funds and allow us to get ready to build those projects. So about $6 million average over the last 28 years for a total of about $160 million. So where does that come from? About 140 different projects over 28 years. It comes from, you'll hear the term highway bill a lot in the news, the highway bill. The first one was back in, I think, 1990. It had an acronym to it. The current highway bill is called FAST. It stands for Fixing America's Surface Transportation Act. That's where all these funds come from, and we've been competing for those throughout all those previous highway bills and updates from Congress. Here's what the original tip kind of looks like in a nutshell. Take water. So about $20 million a year to our region, to the Oklahoma City metropolitan area. 10% is set aside for cost overruns, 10% for these safety projects, leaving about 80% for us to compete with other entities. There's about 40 entities in ACOG, cities like Edmond, Oklahoma City, Norman, Midwest City, counties, Cleveland County, Oklahoma County, War Acres, you name it. There's lots of agencies eligible. It is competitive. We'll talk about that here in a minute. The ranking and rating process, the application process every year. You've got to be part of the Encompass 2040 planning area, which we of course are. No single government can get more than 56% a year. That number sounds odd. It always has to me, but that's basically what we think, what they thought years ago that Oklahoma City could get. And we knew that if there wasn't some kind of cap, Oklahoma City would get all of this money because we've got so much more to work with, so many more projects to compete. So this was kind of the Oklahoma City cap, if you will. Ironically, it became the Norman cap. We have gotten 56% about half of the time. And so we're not well liked in the region for that reason. We've always gotten more money. And for some reason, Oklahoma City woke up about 3 years ago and decided to start competing for the money. So last year they got 56%. The plan can be amended, and it is throughout the year as things change. And then that until this year, that first year, we submit 4 years of applications. The first year is guaranteed, or Angelo uses the term lock. They lock in the first year, we know we're going to get it. And then subsequent years, you compete again. This year, one of the rule changes is they're going to lock in 2 years. We didn't like that. We argued against it. We lost the argument at ACOG. It's not terrible. And again, if you're one of the agencies that gets funding in both years, you're going to be happy because you're locked in and you got it. If you're one of the agencies that doesn't get the money in those 2 years, you're locked out and you have to wait 3 years to get money. So we don't like that. We've been really successful at the year to year. So we're a little bit concerned. That's one of our concerns going forward, but we're going to give it everything we can to get in that 2 year lock. So the regional tip, again, some outline areas here cooperatively develop 4-year program. It's in the Oklahoma City area, regional transportation study area. You'll hear that referred to as OCARTS. ACOG is a metropolitan planning organization, or MPO. You've heard that term over the years. They're our MPO, and they're required to submit a tip to the Federal Highway Administration and the Federal Transit Administration. That's one of their primary purposes for existing. And so that's why this is really important. OCARTS area tip is prepared annually by ACOG, representing our region. It's submitted to the 2 committees. So Angelo serves on the Intermodal Transportation Technical Committee. So does a member of our planning department, and then the mayor serves on the policy committee. Those 2 committees deal with that tip. It goes to the governor. It goes to the Federal Transit Administration, the Federal Highway Administration, and all of that kind of via the conduit of ODOT. So that's how it all kind of plays out. Here's kind of how the timeline looks, and this is pretty accurate for this year. In June and August, ACOG and the ITPC and ITPC groups are looking at do we make changes to the criteria. So I mentioned the change this year is going to that 2-year lock. Last year there was lots of other changes, and then those become the 2 rules that we select projects by. In early September there'll be a call for projects. That's kind of why we're here today, trying to get ready for that next call. In late October, we will be required to submit our application. We typically submit 20. 20 is the maximum. We submit 20. We don't leave anything on the table. Around so from November to December, ACOG staff will process all of those TIP applications, including ours, and develop the ranking list. In mid-January, they'll release that to ITPC. We'll get our first look at it in mid-January. And then late January, it goes to the mayor's committee, the ITPC group. And they typically, at that point, they're typically adopting it. It's been through the process. Everybody's in agreement. Around April, ACOG submits the tip then to ODOT, and they include that in what we refer to as the STIP, which is the State Transportation Improvement Program. So ours is just one of several. You have the Tulsa MPO that has their tip. Oklahoma City MPO has our tip. And then you have the state at large tip. The STIP is then submitted to FHWA in September, and the funding becomes available October 1st. So we're on our track right now. I'll mention that here in a minute to get our federal funds for this federal fiscal year on October 1st. Here's the eligible projects. I mentioned most of these. I think Norman has competed for all of these kinds of projects, with the exception of park and ride. We've never done one of those. We've never done an HOV lane. They don't have any of those in Oklahoma City Metro. but if you're from a larger, more populated area, you've seen HOV lanes. We have not done any carpool, van pool projects. We've done lots of safety projects. So most of these categories we've completed for throughout the years. So why did the criteria change a couple of years ago, over the last year and a half? A lot of it had to do with ACOG wanting to be more in line with the regional multimodal transportation program. So they wanted to add more funding for transit, bike, hike, trail, sidewalk, that sort of thing, which is also the trend across the country. So they wanted to be in line with other MPOs around the country. And I'll mention it here in a minute, but there was one really big difference that ACOG was doing for many years that others were not doing. It was in our interest, but it was not something that other MPOs were necessarily doing. So they hired a firm called Olson Associates, really good firm that helped them and helped us. So we were at the table. I sat on one of those committees. Angela was on one of the committees. I think the mayor was on the committee. So this was a very transparent, very open process of looking at changing the ranking and rating process. And then, of course, it went through the two committees and was adopted by both ultimately and went into place. We're finishing our first year of that new ranking and rating process, and it hasn't turned out well for us, unfortunately. It's okay. It's not terrible, but it hasn't turned. It's taken our opportunities away that we used to have. And this last bullet on the screen is the reason for that. In the previous system, there was a concept called readiness. You might have heard the term shovel ready when you hear this in the media. And this is the concept of having a project that has all the engineering plans prepared, all the land has been acquired, all the utilities have been relocated, the environmental assessment process has been completed. And if you did all of those things, you got points. Well, Norman was the king of readiness. We have built a machine around this process, and we got more points than anybody else because we were always the most ready. Well, when the new ranking and rating process was adopted last year, readiness went to 0. You get no points for readiness. And that has really hurt Norman because we were just so good at it, frankly. And now we're having to retweak the machine and try to figure out how to compete with the new ranking and rating process. Here's an example of what we submitted last year in the 4-year submittal. These will all make sense to you all. You've seen them all in your capital program, or you've seen them in your bond program. And so look at the bottom there. We were trying to max out. We always try to max out every year. We're never going to get 12 million or 15 million, but we're going to submit those. You can see the scoring. There is a scoring that goes on in that middle column, 0 to 100. Right now, it takes about a 75 to 80 to get any money. So that kind of puts that in perspective for you. And then go to the next screen, and this is what we got. This is how the rankings finished. And so the lock year, FY21, which starts October 1st, is what we have our guarantee. We're guaranteed about $5 million this year, and that's going to go to buying a bus. We've never competed for a bus, of course, until this year. That's great. It's going to do the Robinson I-35 interchange project, which we've been working on for about a decade. And then a payment marking program and a new intersection signal at Alameda and Summit Lake, Lockwood Drive. Excuse me. And so that's our program this year, about $5 million in federal funding, matched with our local funds. And then the other 2 years we won, those projects were ranked, but we have to recompete this year. So they're not guaranteed, they're not locked. We have to go back to the table here this next year and try again. So here's how it looked in the numbers and the bar chart. About $5 million in this fiscal year. That's locked in. That's why it's red on the screen. And then the 2 yellow bars indicate the next 2 years. If we're so fortunate, that's where we sit right now. But I have my doubts that it'll turn out that way. So the reason we're here with you tonight is our staff is now actively beginning the process of selecting our 20 applications that will be submitted here in about 2 months, I guess. So there's a lot of work that goes into that. We got to get started early, and they backed up the calendar a little bit on us this year. Again, when we pick transportation projects for these applications, we pick them right out of your capital improvement program. And we really favor the 2012 and the 2019 bond programs because we committed to those. We told the voters we're doing those and we need to do those. That was our obligation to the voters. And we need federal funds to be able to do those projects. We identified the 20 highest ranked projects based on the current ranking system. And those are the 20 that we're going to submit for you. And again, we select those based on the highest scores in each year. So that's, I wouldn't say it's a science, but it's a science getting to that final set of 20 to make sure we're going to get the dollars. Here's the bad news. The chart on the screen is the 2019 transportation bond issue project. There's 19 of them, remember? And you might remember that council was very adamant about this time, unlike previous bond issues, you wanted to fund 5 of these projects with bond funds only. We like that idea too as a staff at the time, but in a moment I'll share with you why that's no longer such a great idea maybe. For this reason, for the funding reason. The other 14 projects on the list, you can see over in the right column, this is how they rank with the current ACOG ranking system. And the number relates to the rank among the 19. So if you look at Porter Avenue Streetscape, 3 projects down, that is our second highest ranked project in the federal funding ranking and rating process, but it is not intended for federal funds in the original plan. Now you look down the list a bit at a project that was intended for federal funds, the 36th Avenue Southeast project in Cedar Lane Road, it ranked 19. I'm sorry, folks, that's probably not going to get federal funding ever. But we're not sure, but unless ACOG changes the plan, that project is not going to get federal funds. So that's kind of why we're here with you tonight. We are preparing that package of applications. And really, here's the question for you. Should staff consider all of the 2019 bond projects in our ranking process? Should we go away from that concept of funding the project entirely with bond funds and instead apply for federal funds? If we were successful, of course, in doing that, that would mean that the money that you were going to use for those projects can be used for the other projects that are not going to get the federal funds. So we're just reshuffling the deck here. We're proposing to reshuffle the deck. Now there's a real downside to that. That's not what we set out to do. That's not what we told the voters we were going to do. Now the bond election did not require us to do that. It just was our intent. But I think that's what the expectation was. So we'd be going away from the intention of council, and we're certainly not going to do that without your consent. The reason this is important right now, today, is that there's a process, there's a thing called a programming resolution that council has to approve. You've approved 100 of them over the years. And that's the first step in making these projects eligible for submittal into the October call for projects. And the ones that are locally funded, we have not submitted programming resolutions for. So we need to get that on your agenda on September 8th, if that's what you would like us to do. If not, we will go forward with the plan as proposed originally. And again, this is kind of a heads up. Right now, it looks to us like we're going to really struggle getting those federal funds for some of those projects. And we're not going to be able to deliver on that 2019 bond program without finding significant funding somewhere else. Put that in perspective again, the bond funds on that program were 72 million. The federal funds were 67 million. So it just doesn't look like we're going to be able to get that 67 million over the 10-year period. Now, we don't know that for sure. Things can change and the ranking and rating process can be altered again. We hope so. But right now, it's not looking favorable for some of these projects. And this idea of reshuffling the deck and applying for, frankly, the first 2 that we would apply for this year would be the Porter Streetscape and the Jenkins Avenue project. Those are the 2 that rank the highest. And we think they would be successful in getting federal funds it also looks like they would get the federal funding around the same time that we were going to build them with local funds. So we're not going to lose much time if you go that route, but we are going to have to redesign and meet all those federal standards that we otherwise would not have met with the local funding formula. So I hope I haven't confused everybody. I know it's a lot to think about, but and no rut. I mean, we really would like some direction so we can get our staff working on this. But if you need some time to think about it, we understand that.
Thank you, Mr. O'Leary, for the presentation. I know personally, if anything that COVID-19 has taught me, it is to be flexible. And I can appreciate that some projects that we had wanted to self-fund will now get other funding and vice versa. But I hope regardless of what council decides, we're mindful of this going forward and what we tell voters because things keep changing. Not just ACOG, but everything else at this point. So I appreciate that we try to be transparent and as kind of definitive as possible, so our voters have the information they need to make good decisions. But until it's in the bank at this point, I think there's going to be a whole lot more uncertainties in our world going forward than certainties, unfortunately. So just want to make sure that we're mindful of that going forward with other projects. But I appreciate, again, the flexibility. I'm fine with shuffling the deck, and I look forward to hearing from council. Brenda, I'll turn it over to you to call on people.
Councilmember Holman.
So definitely a lot to take in there, but this is definitely one of my favorite topics, as you know. So, I've being the alternate for the mayor to ACOG, I've attended a few in the place of the mayor and had a chance to interact. Mayor Miller and I went up there a few times together, kind of trying to combat some of these changes. Actually, a while back, and we were unsuccessful, unfortunately. So I guess my main question about the locally funded, the real kind of one of the main driving factors for why we did that was the special planning corridors, specifically recognizing some of the hardships we might have experienced on other big projects for businesses, for residential areas, and wanting to kind of be more in control of the project so that we can make sure, whether it's trees, whether it's old houses, we can kind of use our own guide to do it the way we need to fit our community. So, and you did mention that, we would have to, if we get federal funds, there could definitely be strings attached. So that's really my main concern about that. I think it's more so a concern on like Lindsay Street between Pickard and Jenkins. Really Pickard between Pickard to Elm would be more of a concern about what federal strings might make us do through there. Cause that's, I think, a big one to a lot of folks. And then really, that one's really the only one I have a whole lot of concern about. I mean, Porter Streetscape, I mean, we're not widening the streets. So I'm not sure entirely what extra they would have us do that we weren't planning to do. But I guess I wouldn't be as worried that it would mess anything up really. But really, that's just kind of my, I understand the changes that have been made and the advice that you're giving us, and I agree. And but I just want to make sure that if we accept federal fundings on a project like the Lindsay Street Special Planning Corridor, that it's not going to mess up anything. And I do think it's wise to apply for the federal funding for any project we can. Going forward, even if we don't think it might make it, put it in there. And so one of my other questions too is, so on the ranking system, Porter Streetscape being number 2. And so once that project is done, the rankings move up. Is that how I understand it? So
that's correct, Councilmember. You make some great points there too, by the way. But yes, and again, we're testing this again. This will be our second year at this, and so we're still learning a lot about the ranking process. But to one of my points earlier, part of the reason, one of the things we've learned, part of the reason that these projects are sort of shifting in numbers is this whole multimodal concept and the streetscape, the value of a streetscape to the transportation funding cycle, the value of sidewalk, bike lanes, multimodal, bus corridors and that sort of thing. So that's the kind of lesson learned here. The Porter Streetscape is like the perfect package now for this federal funding program. And 5 years ago, it was not. It just, that wasn't the way the program was set up. So that's kind of what we learned here. But yes, so if council gives us that direction, we would repackage all of these, again, 20 applications, run them through that ranking process that David will do for us. And if they show up to be, in that 70, 80 point range, and we think those are great ones to submit, of course, council will see that before we submit it. And then again, you've got a number of opportunities with council to sort of back out, if you will. If you're concerned about some red tape, if you're concerned about some conditions, I'm not sure really necessarily what them might be. We can always not take the money. That's the point. We're just applying here, and we're just trying to get at the table. We just think this is our best chance at doing this year. Again, we'll learn a lot this year about it again, and we'll probably think about it a little bit differently next year. The thing that probably concerns me the most this year, aside from the ranking process changing, is this 2-year lock business. If we don't get at the table and lock in as many projects as possible, we're going to be sitting here waiting for 3 years to come back to the table. And I think that's a bad idea for the city. Losing out on $40 million in federal funding is not a good strategy, I think, going forward. And so that's kind of why we think we really need to pull the trigger this time and try to get as many of those highly ranked projects as we can, at least in that first 2-year lock.
And so if we got the federal funding for the Porter Streetscape project, would you say there's a chance that we would get more funding than what we've programmed in our local? So we might be able to do more?
Absolutely. Well, remember, we got the challenge on Porter Streetscape too, where we had a little less funding set out for that project. So this would resolve that problem as well. But just to put that in perspective, the Streetscape project was about a $2.5 million project in the program. We would get 80% of that through federal funding, up to 80% of that. So that, let's say that's 1.8 million. You would then take that 1.8 million and transfer that over to another project, whichever project council wants to use that money on. So the way we look at these bond programs is you got $72 million in the bucket, and you can apply that 72 million however you need to accomplish 19 projects. This is just a different approach to doing that than we set out to do a year ago.
Okay, well, in that case, the only one I really have concern, and it's really on our, but is that Lindsay Street one. Again, we're not trying to hide that. Is that on my end where that's from?
I think so.
There's nothing. I don't know what it is.
Looks like it's echoing.
Too many mics are unmuted.
Oh, okay. Okay, maybe that it's gone. I don't hear it. Okay. So that one particular project, but I'm definitely okay with applying for it though. Apply for all the funding. I would definitely support applying for as much federal funding on as many projects as we think are worthy and that might not be otherwise or that might rank really high and could free up money for other ones. So I definitely agree that that's given the changes we've seen that you've described, that is probably the best path forward to make sure we can fulfill these voter approved projects. So thank you, Sean.
Thank you.
Councilmember Bierman.
Hey, Sean. I have just a couple, well, one question and then one comment. What, and you probably don't know, but what is the likelihood of the guidelines or the scoring criteria changing again next year or the year after? I don't want to completely change our plan only to then have the guidelines have some significant and substantive changes in the next year or two that might cause us to throw our hands up again and say, what are we even doing here? Like, what kind of whack-a-mole game are we playing? So do you have any sense of whether or not they're trying to consolidate guidelines that can be consistent for the next 5 to 10 years, or do they like change even more than we do?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. That is the proverbial question here. Let me offer this, that the guidelines did not change for 20 years until this recent change. They want it to be very consistent and very, predictable each year. So my sense of it right now is we're not going to see substantive change for another 10 or more years in this process. That's just my gut feeling about it based upon what they've done elsewhere, what they've done at ACOG, and then just the feedback from the other agencies. Frankly, many of the other agencies, cities and counties really like the new process. We're the ones that were the most negatively impacted because we kind of built, as I said, we sort of built a machine around that readiness factor, and it was good for us. It really worked out well. But when they took that away, it put the other folks in play. They weren't doing the readiness stuff that we were doing. So I think, I don't think you're going to see substantive change for a decade or more.
Okay, great. And then kind of my feedback on this, what I would really like to see is either yours or other staff's attempt at kind of reconfiguring this 2019 transportation bond issue projects list with kind of what your best foot forward would be, that if you had complete control over this, how would you restructure which projects receive federal funds, and how that would change when projects would happen. And because it's a little hard for me to kind of play the number shifting game once we get into the tens of thousands of dollars. That's way too many zeros and commas for me. So if I could see kind of your attempt at it, then I think, because I don't really have any feelings one way or the other about specific projects being federally funded versus locally funded. I want to fulfill the commitment to voters to have these projects done in approximately the timeline that we have told them. So, to me, I don't necessarily care which ones are federally funded and which ones aren't, as long as we can stick to the timeline as best as possible, because that seems to me to be the biggest complaints that I've heard from about the past transportation bonds is, well, I've been waiting since 2012 for this project to happen, and some of them have been delayed, some of them haven't, and that's just been a part of the timeline. But I think it would help me kind of provide better feedback if I knew kind of what your wish list was and how you would prefer to handle this if you didn't have to come to us for this part. So I wish I
Consider
could
it
give you
done.
more specific feedback right
No,
now. But
appreciate that. Consider it done.
thank
That's
you. I
exactly what we want
appreciate
to do. Appreciate that. And that's what, with your consent of council to go this direction, that's exactly the next step is to reshuffle the dollars, reposition those 20 applications for this year and kind of see where everything else falls out. So you'll be seeing that probably in the next couple of months.
Okay, great. Then yeah, that would be my preference. Just to kind of see what that looks like, because other than that, I don't really have any feelings one way or the other about city dollars versus federal dollars. So that's all I got. Thanks.
Thank you.
Councilmember Patron. Hi, thank you, Mr. O'Leary, for an excellent presentation. It was really meaty for and not very long, so it was really impressive. A couple of side questions that I had on this particular topic, but have we heard anything about whether or not we're going to be getting the James Garner ACOG money? Is that for sure a lock?
Sure, it's not a lock, Councilmember. We do believe that James Garner, the phase one, which was in the Norman Forward program, ranks very well on this current system. And we're encouraged by that because it did not rank as well in the old system. So that's one of the positives that came out of this change. So we think James Garner is going to be one of the top ranked projects in the FY22. So next year, next October, it may be our #1 ranked project next year. So that's a good thing. And that allows us to get federal funds for that project, which we intended to do. And it would free up some of those Norman Forward dollars for other projects.
That's good news.
Yeah.
And then same question for the Indian Hills exit issues.
Yeah, again, Indian Hills I-35 is completely a ODOT project. We don't have any obligations there, but you'll recall there was a $2 million sort of an incentive payment in the 2019 bond program. The city, the voters approved it, and the theory is that we were going to offer that to ODOT to advance that interchange replacement project. We have done that. We've offered it, and ODOT is, we think, moving forward with trying to get that project in their 8-year plan. We think it's 4 years out or so. But there are other projects on that lower list: Indian Hills Road, 36th Avenue Northwest, 48th Avenue Northwest. Those are the projects that are not ranking as well. So if we can free up some money on the other ones, then that money would go to projects like those that may not be as successful in getting federal funds.
Okay. I know that there were some members of the community that were pretty upset about the Costco issue, so that's why I wanted to delve into that one again. Okay, so I guess one of the things I'm unclear about is I understand the ranking system for our particular projects, but I assume that every municipality is asking for as many projects as they potentially can as well. And if shovel readiness or readiness is no longer criteria, then how do our #1, #2, #3 ranked projects stack up against other municipalities' top ranked projects, such that we would be able to make an educated guess as to whether or not ours are most likely to be chosen?
Great question. I don't have that list in front of me, but we are one of the few cities that applies for all 20. 20 is the maximum that you can submit in the 4-year plan. I think last year only Norman and Oklahoma City applied for all 20. It's not uncommon for a Midwest city to throw in 3 applications or 5 applications. Blanchard might have an application. War Acres might have 1 application. Oklahoma County might have 1 bridge. So there's no one as aggressive with this program as Norman and now Oklahoma City. Edmond has some great projects that they submit, but rarely do they submit the full package. So that's part of our strategy, is we get 20 of the best candidates we can find in Norman. We've always had great project candidates that rank well. And that's exactly the purpose of this discussion tonight. If we can look at all of our available projects, including those locally funded ones, our chances of getting a ranking number in the 80s on a scale of 1 to 100, those are the projects that got funded last year. We know that's the number. And so that's what David will do after tonight. He will go back into all of our projects and seek out those projects that are going to get an 80 to a 85 ranking number. And that's almost a guaranteed funded project based upon last year's experience.
Okay. I agree with everything that Councilmember Holman and Bierman had said before. I have concerns, just like Councilmember Holman does, about some red tape, but I feel like you all would, keep us abreast of any of those issues. So, and I feel the same as Councilmember Bierman. I don't really care which way. I mean, I want as many federal dollars as we can get, and the timeline is important to me as well. So I look forward to how you, get this decided as far as if we're going to be adding bond dollars to pay for some of these. I think it's really important that we're able to try to stretch them as far as we possibly can, because we have way more projects, it sounds like, than what the federal government looks forward to contributing to. So, thank you again, and it was an excellent presentation.
We have about 7 or 8 minutes left. Councilmember Hall. Okay, I'll make this snappy. We've covered some of the things that I was interested in delving into a little bit deeper anyway. So first of all, congratulations, Mr. O'Leary, and to your staff for being so successful over the past 20 to 30 years in understanding how to submit successful projects. And it sounds like we are in the middle of building a new machine, but based on past performance, maybe it's just going to take a year or two to sort that out. And I was concerned as well as about the guidelines, you know, going forward. But it sounds like this set of guidelines may stick for a while, right?
I think so. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So the one thing I am concerned about with the top 5 projects, because you know, those have been at the top of the list and ready to go. So how do you think the timelines would be affected, particularly for the city funded projects? Because now there'll be a time delay, I'm assuming.
Yeah, I think it's minor. Well, again, we want to reiterate too, everything that we do after tonight, council will be apprised of. There'll be no surprises for you as we get into the weeds on these applications. But the way we see it right now, the Porter Streetscape and the Jenkins Avenue project are the 2 that rank the highest among those that were right in that sequence of projects by schedule. And so if we can get those plugged into our application this year, and if they're successful, we're right back on the same schedule, effectively 2021, 2022 period. That's the way it looks right now. And if for some reason that changed, I think we'd be coming right back to council to say, listen, we don't want to delay this project 2 or 3 years. Let's go back to the original formula and move forward. But that's the way it looks right now. And that's another reason why we brought this to you tonight, is it looks like it sort of fell in our laps. We didn't we didn't see this coming, frankly, a year and a half ago. But the way those 2 projects rank, it's just remarkable how well they do in this new system.
And I also was thinking about, as you know, the Porter Corridor has been foremost in my thinking of late. And so on the Porter Streetscape project, especially, I know that there were 3 different categories of amenities that we wanted to do that we had funding for. And then there would be like a second and third category that if we were really responsible in spending those funds, that we could be adding some more of those amenities. And it sounds like if we went the federal funding route, we might open the door a little bit for getting those amenities added. Do you think that's possible?
I think that's very accurate. In fact, the example I would use is the Main Street Streetscape project was a federally funded project, and that's exactly what happened there. We were able to use those federal dollars to do more of the features, aesthetics, including some of the utilities that we otherwise would not have been able to do with local dollars. So that's the way we hope it plays out on Porter. Yes.
Okay. Then the worst case scenario is, let's just use the Porter Streetscape project as an example. And when we think it's highly ranked, we think it's very competitive, and for some reason we don't get the funding, then how would you proceed?
Then we're really back to, Councilmember Behrman's point, which is right on point, is that we've got to have sort of plan A, plan B, and and plan Z, I guess, for each of those scenarios. So in that scenario, we would come right back to council and reprogram the project. Nothing will stop. We will continue designing these projects and doing all the readiness activity, the pre-construction activity. And if the federal funding falls in, then we go that route. If not, we go back to the original plan and build the project with local funds. And so you're right. That could actually happen. Hopefully we're anticipating the numbers better than that, but yeah, that could happen, and we could be back with you rethinking that part of the program.
And I'm thinking about that just in terms of expectation of the voters, because we did present those first 5 projects as something that we didn't have to wait around for and that we could get to quickly. So it sounds like we would have the possibility or the opportunity to adjust on the off chance that it would not be competitive and we wouldn't get the funding for it. So we could go back.
That's exactly right. To give you an example, not to get too far in the weeds, but one of the things we discovered is if we added an asphalt overlay to the Porter Corridor project, which wasn't in the original scope, we get more points. So imagine a nice new asphalt surface with new markings and all that for the entire mile, in addition to all the streetscape enhancements and so on, all the federal funding formula.
Okay, so in addition, well, if one of our concerns is that we might be too restricted, then the opposite uh, side of that would be that we might have some opportunity to do more than we originally thought we could.
That's what we think, yes.
Okay. And I'm also really interested in seeing what the shuffle deck look like, the restructuring project list, and just, you know, how that would all play out. But overall, I think this calls for being flexible and trying to maximize what we can do. So I'm fine with proceeding with going this route and trying to go after the federal dollars that we feel like we might be so successful with. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's all,
All
Mayor.
right. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to take a quick 2-minute break before we dive into tonight's council meeting. So feel free to turn off your cameras and mute, but please be back shortly, and I will see you then. All right, if you can hear me, y'all, come on back. Verinda appears to be directing traffic.
Multitasker.
We are ready to go, Mayor, if you're ready to start.
There's Councilmember Holman. Councilmember Patron was just here. There she is. You ready? I'll tell you guys, I count to 8. I see all of you, and I sat there and looked for a couple council members just now. Okay, good evening, and welcome to the City Council, Norman Utilities Authority, Norman Municipal Authority, and Norman Tax Increment Finance Authority meeting of August 25th, 2020. Before we do the roll call, I would like to observe a moment of silence in memory of Councilmember David Perry. Our thoughts and condolences go out to his family. Thank you. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Bierman,
Here.
Councilmember Patron,
Here.
Councilmember Hall,
Here.
Councilmember Foreman,
Here.
Councilmember Holman,
Here.
Councilmember Peacock,
Here.
Mayor Clark.
Here. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Item 3, approval of the City Council, Norman Utilities Authority, Norman Municipal Authority, and Norman Tax Increment Finance Authority minutes of July 28th, 2020, and City Council, Norman Utilities Authority, Norman Municipal Authority, and Norman Tax Increment Finance Authority minutes of August 11th, 2020. I need a motion to approve the minutes.
Motion.
Do I have a
Second.
second? The motion on the floor is to approve the minutes. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Bierman,
Aye.
Councilmember Patron,
Aye.
Councilmember Hall,
Aye.
Councilmember Foreman,
Aye.
Councilmember Holman,
Here. Yes, sorry.
Councilmember Peacock,
Yes.
Mayor Clark.
Yes.
Minutes are approved unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item 4, Resolution 2021-22, commending and extending recognition to MSTAT on their 25th anniversary. I'll entertain a motion to acknowledge receipt of the proclamation.
So move.
Second.
The motion on the floor is to adopt or reject the resolution. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Bierman,
Aye.
Councilmember Patron,
Aye.
Councilmember Hall,
Aye.
Councilmember Foreman,
Aye.
Councilmember Holman,
Yes.
Councilmember Peacock,
Yes.
Mayor Clark.
Yes.
The resolution is adopted unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. A resolution of the Council of the City of Norman, Oklahoma, commending and extending recognition to MSTAT on their 25th anniversary of providing emergency medical care to the citizens of Norman. Whereas on September 1st, 1995, the Norman Police Department ceased operations of the ambulance service, and that service was transferred to the Norman Regional Hospital to manage. And whereas MSTAT has 3 24-hour ambulances and 1 daytime ambulance with a supervisor and staff of 39 employees. And whereas MSTAT has developed a critical care transport service for adults, pediatrics, and neonates, and is licensed by the Oklahoma State Department of Health for paramedics and specialty care transport service. And whereas MSTAT offers standbys for special events such as athletic events at the University of Oklahoma, as well as various events occurring in and around the community. And whereas MSTAT's paramedics have specialized and advanced training in hazardous material response and has the region's most comprehensive antidote kits to respond to incidents involving hazardous materials. And whereas MSTAT has an unparalleled working relationship with other first responding agencies, such as the Norman Police Department, Norman Fire Department, and the University of Oklahoma Police Department, and participates in frequent joint planning and training classes, as well as responding with these agencies on major incidents to provide care and rehabilitation. And whereas MSTAT is very active in regional and state advisory committees on issues ranging from homeland security to trauma and medical issues. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Council of the City of Norman, Oklahoma, that the Mayor and City Council of the City of Norman commend and recognize MSTAT staff for their service, dedication, community involvement, and high standard of medical care on their 25th anniversary with the Norman Regional Hospital. On the Zoom call, we have Jan Emmons, MSN and RN, Director of Emergency Services, BMS, and MedRec with the Norman Regional Health System. Ms. Emmons, would you like to say a word?
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Thank you so much, and good evening, Mayor Clark and council members. It is with honor to accept this award, this special proclamation for MSTAT's 25th year, our relationship with the city of Norman. I want to accept this award on behalf of all of MSTAT's first responders, support staff, Chief Eddie Sims, and our medical director, Dr. Patrick Cody, and Norman Regional Health System Administration. Thank you so very much.
Thank you for all that you do along with your staff. Dr. Cody and Chief Sims have been a part of the emergency management team that has met, I believe, 45 times now in the wake of the coronavirus pandemic. And I appreciate all that they do on that committee and in our community during this unprecedented time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor.
Item 5 is the consent docket. This item is placed on the agenda so that the City Council, by unanimous consent, can designate those routine agenda items that they wish to be approved or acknowledged by one motion. I need a motion to place items 6 through 40 on the consent docket.
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
The motion on the floor is to place items 6 through 40 on the consent docket. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Bierman,
Aye.
Councilmember Patron,
Aye.
Councilmember Hall.
Aye.
Councilmember Foreman,
Aye.
Councilmember Holman,
Yes.
Councilmember Peacock,
Yes.
Mayor Clark.
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item 6, ordinance 1920-59 upon first reading, closing a portion of the alley right-of-way located in Block 68, original Town of Norman. Item 7, mayor's appointments of Greg Burge, Lauren Schuler, and Michaela Parker to the Development Oversight Committee for TIF District Number 2. Cody Franklin, Andrew Hewlett, and Colin Zink to the Greenbelt Commission. Tabor Halford to the Historic District Commission. Kathy Billings, Chris Nanny, and Marjana Sarafi-Poor to the Human Rights Commission. Mark Daniels to the Planning Commission, and Amy Boothod to the Tree Board. Congratulations to you all. Item 8, submission of the Finance Director's Investment Report as of July 31st, 2020. Item 9, submission of the monthly departmental reports for the month of July 2020. Item 10, submission of the Public Safety Oversight Committee Annual Report for 2020. Item 11, submission of the City Manager's Contract and Change Order Report. Item 12, bid contract and the associated bonds with EMC Services LLC in the amount of $345,018, plus change order number 1, increasing the contract amount by $13,221.50 for a revised contract amount of $338,720.50 for the FYE 2021 sidewalk concrete project and adoption of a project agent resolution. Item 13, bid contract and associated bonds with SMC Utility Construction in the amount of $1,082,550 for the 2015 Water Well Lines Project Phase 2 located near Franklin Road and 60th Avenue Northeast. The next 9 items are for the acceptance of easements for the Porter Avenue and Acre Street intersection project. Item 14, easement 2021-4, a permanent roadway utility and drainage easement from Goodman Holdings LLC in the amount of $44,773. Item 15, temporary easement 2021-5, a temporary construction easement from Goodman Holdings LLC in the amount of $5,321. Item 16, temporary easement 2021-6, acceptance of a temporary construction easement from Goodman Investments LLC in the amount of $500. Item 17, temporary easement 2021-7, a temporary driveway easement donated by Goodman Investments LLC. Item 18, temporary easement 2021-8, a temporary construction easement from Goodman and Sons LLC in the amount of $1,398. Item 19, temporary easement 2021-9, a temporary driveway easement donated by Goodman and Sons LLC. Item 20, temporary easement 2021-10, a temporary construction easement from North Porter Center in the amount of $8,900. Item 21, temporary easement 2021-11, a temporary construction easement donated by North Porter Center. Item 22, temporary easement 2021-12, a temporary construction easement from Goodman and Sons LLC in the amount of $76,800. Item 23, temporary easement 2021-13, a temporary construction easement from North Porter Center donated by Goodman Sons LLC. The next three items are the acceptance of easements for the Robinson Street west of I-35 widening project. Item 24, temporary easement 2021-17, a temporary driveway easement donated by Imhoff LLC. Item 25, temporary easement 2021-18, a temporary driveway easement donated by Decker Center LLC. Item 26, temporary easement 2021-19, a temporary driveway easement donated by Decker Center LLC. Item 27, Norman Rural Certificate of Survey for Peebly Estates and acceptance of easements, located southwest corner of East Franklin Road and 156th Avenue Northeast. Item 28, consent to encroach for Lot 9, Block 1, Trails Edition, Section 3, 2019 Morning Dew Trail. Item 29, the city's application for permission to carry its own risk without workers' compensation insurance in the amount of $1,000. Item 30, acceptance of a grant in the amount of $25,301 from the Oklahoma Department of Environmental Quality to be used to purchase equipment necessary for the future household hazardous waste facility and to hold 2 electronic waste collection events, approval of contract 2021-28, and budget appropriation from the sanitation fund balance. Item 31, acceptance of Bureau of Reclamation grant in the amount of $85,500, approval of contract 2021-36 for the establishment of the Lake Thunderbird Watershed Partnership as a formal watershed group and budget appropriation from the Special Revenue Fund balance. Item 32, amendment number 2 to the contract with Integrity Energy Partners LLC to provide investigation into the possibility of selling digester biogas and budget appropriation from the Water Reclamation Fund balance. Item 33, amendment number 1 to the contract with TRT Enterprises LLC doing business as Strategic Janitorial Services, increasing the contract amount by $900 per month for a revised contract amount of $5,100 per month to provide additional custodial services on Saturdays for the public transit fleet. Item 34, contract project agreement with the Oklahoma Department of Transportation in the amount of $1,003,014 for the city's share for the Robinson Street west of I-35 project and resolution 2021-30. Item 35, contract right-of-way public utility and encroachment agreement with the Oklahoma Department of Transportation for the construction of Robinson Street west of I-35 project and resolution 2021-32. Item 36, contract with Guernsey in the amount of $85,500 for establishment of the Lake Thunderbird Watershed Partnership. Item 37, contract with Varana Landing LLC authorizing collection of a monthly lift station fee from developed lands in the Varana Landing development for the operation, maintenance, and replacement of the Summit Valley lift station. Item 38, contract 2021-47, a memorandum of understanding with the Board of Cleveland County Commissioners of Cleveland County and the Cleveland County Health Department to memorialize the commitments and obligations of the parties for the design, planning, and construction of the Cleveland County Wellness Square project. Item 39, resolution 2021-25, appropriating $49,565.78 from the refunds, reimbursements, miscellaneous risk management account received from insurance companies to repair and replace damaged traffic signal equipment or traffic signs damaged in traffic collisions. Item 40, a resolution adopting the small business relief package guidelines setting forth certain eligibility and ranking criteria and 4 funding programs for which general obligation bonds issued for economic and community development funds or federal funding provided for similar purposes may be allocated. I need a motion to approve or reject the consent docket.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Second.
Are there any comments from council regarding any item on the consent docket?
Seeing none, Mayor, sorry. Muted.
Thank you. The motion on the floor is to adopt the consent docket. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Bierman,
Aye.
Councilmember Petrone,
Aye.
Councilmember Hall,
Aye.
Councilmember Foreman,
Aye.
Councilmember Holman,
Yes.
Councilmember Peacock,
Yes.
Mayor Clark.
Yes.
The consent docket is approved unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Now we will move to items off consent. Item 41 is acceptance of a grant in the amount of $500,000 to be distributed over 3 years for the United States Department of Justice Community-Oriented Policing Services to be used by the Police Department to hire 4 school resource officers, approval of contract 2021-17, and budget appropriations from the special grant fund balance and the general fund balance to be used as matching funds as required by the grant. I would like to make a motion to postpone this item until we have a full council to address this very important issue. 1 was missing, now 2 are missing, which means wards 2 and 5 are unrepresented in this important conversation that our council is having tonight. I will entertain a second.
Second.
The motion on the floor is to postpone this item until we have a full council to address the issue. Madam Clerk, will you
Mayor,
please call the roll?
Are you stating that it would be on the first council agenda once we have 9 seated members?
Yes.
Okay. Just a moment, please. I'm sorry, did you have something else to say?
Just are there any, now we'll go to questions or comments, questions first regarding this motion.
From council, yes, and then we have public comment.
Thank you.
I'm seeing none from council. Those of you that want to make public comment, go ahead and line up like I asked you to in the hallway. Go out this door, follow the green arrows around, line up and go into this room one at a time.
And Madam Clerk, will you please clarify they will be commenting on the motion to postpone?
Yes, your comments should be related to the motion to postpone only.
Can you hear us?
Ready? Robert Castleberry, Ward 3. My question would be on the motion postpone is my understanding that we had to accept this grant at this meeting or it would expire, that we had 45 days from the time that grant was authorized to accept the grant. Does this motion to postpone jeopardize that fact? And I understand not having a full council, but it takes 5 votes to pass anything. You have 8 members here, or 7 members, but you are able to pass this and do your business. And if you're going to postpone this, you better postpone every single item until you have a full council. And you can't do that. As tragic as this is, the business of the city must go on. And if by postponing this, we lose the opportunity for $500,000, I think that is, you cannot postpone for something like that. If this was an easement or a zoning or something like this, I fully understand that. But if we have a time constraint, it's my understanding that we do. At the study session, it was mentioned we had 45 days from the time we got the grant, which I believe put us mid-August or this meeting. And so whether we like it or not, we're kind of under a timeline to make a decision tonight, unless, so I guess that'd be a question for the chief or the grant officer. Can we postpone this and still accept it? If we can't postpone.
If I may, I made the motion to postpone with the understanding that we could. It's not a random attempt to lose that. That's not what I'm trying to do here. So this is a very important topic of conversation that I think all wards need to be represented on. So if that for some reason we have to make a decision tonight, for better or worse, then I will rescind my motion.
Okay, that was my question, because it's a study session. When we first talked about this on July 14th.
No, I understand.
I thought it said 45 days from the time the grant was awarded.
Can we have clarification from the city manager or the chief about the timeline, please?
Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor. Staff took an action to tie up the funds after learning the answers to questions that came from the study session that indicated if the city of Norman does not draw down the funds, there is no penalty. And if council were not to accept the funds, our grant would just be pulled off of the federal funding list. Those dollars would go back in the pool and fund other applications. So we were able to tie up the money until council is able to rule upon their desire to accept the grant funds or not.
That answer sounds to me like you've tied up the money for other potential federal funding. I guess my question would be specifically, would we lose this SRO funding grant? I was unclear.
Yes. So the grant application that we had submitted back in February for $500,000, basically the need to act upon it and start drawing down those funds, the clock will start in October. So we need to make a decision whether we're going to start drawing down those funds in October or not. And we need to have that decision rendered before October. Otherwise, we will walk away from those funds with no penalty and with no negative impact on future applications.
So October 1st is the drop dead deadline?
That's when because that's when the grant clock begins to tick for that 3-year funding window. And that's more tied to the federal fiscal year than anything else. So we do need to get that question resolved prior to October 1.
If we could amend the motion to postpone to a date certain, to whenever we get the council seats filled, because there will be a process, and we don't know that we can get that done by October 1st. And I don't want.
Yes, we do. We've got a timeline. Thank you, former council member. I appreciate you making sure we have our I's dotted and T's crossed, but I will make sure it is done by then and we will get this handled. Thank you.
I think the public would like to see a date certain in your motion. Otherwise, if there's no date certain, I would not support this. Thank you.
I'm gonna wipe it now.
Yeah, good, thank you.
People have a tendency to stick their hands on the table.
I'll try to keep my hands from all that. Okay. Hello, my name is Steve Ellis. I am at 633 Reed Avenue, Ward 4. And I'm here today to speak in favor of the motion to postpone. Although I do, it seems like a good idea, as former council member Castleberry suggested, to postpone it to a date certain if that's what you want to do. It seems to me that there's an independent reason to postpone this vote tonight. And it's mostly because we were sort of promised a community discussion about police funding, in particular about SRO police funding, and that just hasn't happened yet. So if we're on the clock to get it done before October 1st, great, but let's have an open study session where everyone who wants to make comments is capable of coming and actually look at some of the data. What I'm concerned about is that a lot of the data about racialized policing hasn't been presented to the council yet in any sort of formal way. And I know that there are some issues people have argued about whether or not the data supports the claim that policing is racialized, but I think we should have that all out in the open. I can send you the stuff that I've pulled off of the Norman Police data web portal. And I'm sure that the Norman Police Department, through the chief, can just assign someone to try to look at that data. I'm willing to share as soon as possible. I think I've posted it on Facebook before. But let's have an open discussion about what the use of SROs are, issues in police funding and racialized policing, And let's have a community discussion first. If it has to take place before October 1st, that sounds swell to me, but let's have the conversation before we have the vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
Word out here first, thanks.
I'm gonna spread it down. Okay. There you go. Thank you.
Hello, Council. My name is Denise Sober, and I'm representing Ward 7. Mr. Holman, thank you for your great communication you give to our ward. I would just like to say that I understand your desire to delay the vote, but I don't have the opportunity to delay my children attending Norman Public Schools. So this is a safety issue that I think should be addressed immediately as school is beginning. And we all know there's mounting tension, not just within Norman, but within the United States altogether. And it would be a great travesty if we look back on this moment and we realize that we delayed something that could protect the most innocent that are in our community. And further, I completely respect your desire to have representation from all wards, but I believe that representation has already been given when the city voted for 13 SRO officers in the past that we have not funded. So I believe the vote should be done tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Trying to be fair. Let me spread it out. Think about the air. Can I leave my mask on when I talk? Is it mute?
Do I wait for her? Or-
Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Jennifer. I live in Ward 4. I would like to comment that this city council has already defunded the police to nearly $1 million. And to delay this vote tonight is especially offensive to the citizens who've had their public safety funding attacked. And now to do so to children in our community is, I think, just beyond the pale. You have nearly 100 folks in the chambers here. As you guys sit behind your computer screens, it looks weak and you guys still don't get it. Don't postpone the vote. We're not leaving. We're not leaving. We're not leaving this building tonight until we get a vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm going to go ahead and read some of our online submittals while we're getting set up for the next one. This email's from Madison Lovell. Council, I urge council to vote against the measure to accept the federal grant to make SROs in addition to elementary schools. I oppose as a behavior therapist who believes, actually, I'm not going to read this now that I think about it because this is not to the motion to postpone, sorry. If we come back to a motion to actually consider, then I'll read those.
I do have a few from the YouTube feed that I can read while we're waiting. Michael Bolnett, Ward 2, with all due respect, my ward is not being represented this evening. We should postpone. Democracy isn't always convenient to other timetables. And Robert Husky, Ward 3, postponing this motion until there is a full representation is a positive thing to do. That's all.
Thank you.
That seems to be it from this end.
Okay.
Oh, well, you better hurry because we're getting ready to close it.
If there are others that want to speak, if you'll kind of stay lined up, that'll be helpful.
Well, that's what I.
Mayor, council. I'm Gary Barksdale, and I'm living in Ward 8. And I want to say thank you, Matt Peacock, for being our council member for Ward 8. The delay of this vote would be detrimental to the people, the children, and the schools. I respectfully disagree with one of our previous commenters that there hasn't been sufficient discussion about racialized policing or anything of the sort. We sat through an entire 11+ hour meeting listening to that type of discussion, and I think we've heard enough. It's time to put this to a vote. It's time to let us decide that we need these SROs in our schools. As one of the other previous commenters, we're not leaving it until you vote on it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have an email from Hannah Pinner Smith. I support postponement. The city must have its promised discussion on policing, race, and safety of our students before voting. This is a safety issue, as some have addressed. It is an issue of children of color being in harm's way from SROs. SROs being racially biased and violent is not opinion. It is borne out in every American city and in countless studies. It would be negligent and even anti-scientific to deny this perspective.
I also have two from the YouTube feed as well. Mayim Windler, Ward 2, democracy is important, and Ward 2, and 2 wards are not represented tonight. I approve the delay. And Brandy Studley, Ward 1, we need to delay the vote. These SRO officers are not properly trained.
Okay, somebody come on. I gotta keep it moving. You need to talk? Are you talking? I guess ready for it. It's ready for you.
Good evening. My name is Robert Gleason. I represent Ward 5. I was a resource officer in at Little X for a year. I'm telling you that the schools need a visual police officer on site. I stopped so many fights that could have gotten out of hand, helped the principal do things, and just having my presence there and representing the authority deterred a lot of negativity in the school. I covered the high school, the middle school, and the elementary school. And I stayed on the move all day long from the time I got there at 6:30 in the morning till I left there at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And I know that I was a deterrent for a lot of bad action. And delaying this vote tonight is not going to work. We need authority in the besides the teachers and the principals. We need authority in the school, and that a police officer representing the police there is a deterrent.
Thank you.
We have 2 additional comments from the YouTube feed, Mayor. Ward 5, Samantha Smith, I think there should be a vote tonight. Cynthia Rogers, Ward 4, I support the motion to postpone. The 11-hour meeting suggests the need for actual discussion looking at data.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Rhonda Robertson. I live in Ward 2. And as a parent, my children do go to Norman Public Schools, and I do not find delaying this vote is acceptable, as it's already been mentioned. I think that it's very important that it has not been mentioned is Dr. Nick's letter to the council. And it does address some of the things that I'd like to read to you now. as superintendent of Norman Public
Ma'am, does it
Schools.
address the postponement?
No, but it does address some of the things that are talking about as
No,
far
I
as,
appreciate that, but right now we're going to get through the postponement, and I would love to have that read into the record if we get to the full vote tonight.
thank you.
Okay.
Any other public comment on postponing this?
Yes,
Yes.
coming in.
I also have one more from the YouTube feed. Leslie Pate, Ward 4, all due respect. SROs are well trained and are not targeting our children. Do not delay the vote. Protect the children. And Stephen Lewis, Ward 4, y'all need to vote this tonight. Do your job and listen to the citizens of Norman.
Thank you.
Go ahead, sir.
My name is Melvin Pruitt. I'm from Ward 2. So Ward 2 is represented here tonight. I just want you guys to know that I was here for the 11-hour meeting. So if you guys have a problem with being here late, don't make it one exception. Make it for everybody. Secondly, like the lady said, do your job. That's all we ask you to do. Vote like you're supposed to because you already scheduled this meeting. This is your agenda. Now do your job and vote.
Thank you.
Another from the YouTube feed, Ward 5, Cameron Smith. I support voting tonight. Our children deserve protecting our children. A police presence is a deterrent to violence. Active shooters promotes public safety.
Thank you.
Go ahead, ma'am.
My name is Kendra Wesson. I'm in Ward 3. I have 3 school-aged children, and it just seems that delaying this vote may lead people to believe that we don't care about our children. We don't care about policing in our community. We've already had a defunding issue, and we just need to get this vote done tonight, and I believe we'll be staying until it is done. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is Russell Smith, Ward 2. I've got 2 school-age kids. I think this is the worst punt in history. This is ridiculous. I think postponing this is a way for you to get your supporters organized. It makes no sense. You guys still don't get it. You think the citizens of Norman are this stupid? It's unbelievable. This is cowardly and it's offensive. The bottom line is we want more cops to keep us safe. You guys want less. And here we are. You're punting on one of the most important issues, a gift that's been given to us. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Your hatred for law enforcement is so blatant. I feel sorry for every cop in this town. And now I feel sorry for our children having to deal with this. You guys, it's my opinion, you punted, and this is about as cowardly as it could be. See ya.
Thank you, sir. Have a great night.
She'll see you and she'll recognize you. Right here.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay, my name is Maria Stein. I'm Ward 8. Councilman Peacock, do the right thing. We need the vote tonight. Show yourself as a councilman that's supporting your constituents, not going along with the rest of the crowd. We're counting on you, Councilman Peacock. Tonight, the vote.
Thank you.
We have a few more from the YouTube feed, Mayor. Julie McCormick, Ward 3. This vote should not be delayed. I'm a former teacher of NPS schools. It will be devastating to the safety of our children in our schools to remove the SRO officers.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Yes, my name is Laura Ashford. I'm in Ward 4, and I'm a senior citizen. So, you know, every day is a gift, and our children are a gift. There is no reason. This has been an issue. It's been online. We've known about this for a long time. Why wait? Tomorrow, who knows? Is it worth losing a child, a teacher, maybe a parent? I don't know. There is no reason except to delay, delay, delay. Enough is enough. Stand up, council, stand up, mayor, and do what's right for the city of Norman and for our kids. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Ms. Julie, I'm in Ward 3 and have 2 children, and I am terrified of them going back to school without SRR support. The counselors don't want to face confrontation in the schools without SRO support. And I feel we need to start putting our children and teachers and everybody first, and we need to start caring about the safety of this community.
Thank you.
And you need to get the vote done tonight. Do your job.
Thank you.
A few more comments from the YouTube feed, Mayor, while they're cleaning up there. Amanda Freeland, Ward 3. I have 2 children in MPS. I support voting tonight. And then Casey Holcomb, Ward 4. Please postpone. There is nothing pressing about this given the transition to virtual schooling under the COVID-19 pandemic. This can wait until the 2 seats are filled.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Crystal, Ward 3. I have 2 school-aged kids. The safety of our children is of utmost importance. Like a previous commenter said, if you're going to postpone the vote for the SROs because of improper representation, you need to postpone everything that's being voted on tonight. We're not leaving until this is voted on tonight because our children must be protected, and you can't ignore that.
Thank you.
Cheryl Grob, Ward 2, do not delay the vote, protect the children. And Robert Husky, Ward 3, you realize this commits funds to the SRO in the future.
Thank you. Go ahead, ma'am.
Susan Bergen, Ward 2. Would you like a moment to consider retracting your motion, or should we keep going?
You're welcome to keep going. Remember, council is going to vote on it. I've shared my reasoning behind it, but there are 7 other of us who have to vote, so we will keep listening.
Okay, I do not support the delay. I have 2 school-aged grandchildren that are precious to me. I'm also a major funder and supporter at LoveWorks, which is an after-school at-risk youth program. I see that there are many children that don't know how to manage themselves, that are not being able to be taught at home. I think as a community, it's a loving thing to do to have them supported at the school and learning that the police are their friends, they're there to support them. The discussion that has happened, that has not happened, that was promised, I think shows further that we don't need to delay the vote. An interesting thing is that the previous conversations have all been about federal dollars and how the city was trying to get them, and this is more federal dollars to support us. Further, you have allowed comments to be read that were negative, that were supporting how it should be delayed. So I think that being harsh on just really the innocent people that are coming in to speak it's really not the kindest way to go about it. But that's my thoughts. And I really, even if you choose to delay it, I would like an amendment to that delay that gives us a specific date that it will be voted on. Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Josh Perry, Ward 2, 100% agree with everything Russell Smith said. Our kids are worth voting for.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Alyssa Amundsen. I'm from Ward 7. I was hesitant to speak tonight due to the doxing in this community, but I could not live with myself if I did not stand up for my kids that do not have a voice here tonight. I don't have children in this district, but I coach many that do attend school in this district. As a mentor to young people in this community, I would be failing them if I left this building without demanding an answer tonight. This vote shows your lack of concern for our kids. Please do what is right and protect our children. If you're going to delay, then delay, but give us a date tonight. We are not leaving until you do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Megan Wilson, Ward 8, postpone the vote. Not all children are treated the same, and we as a community owe them an in-depth analysis. Also from Ward 8, Mac, do not delay. Listen to superintendent. With the USA in chaos, with ever-present danger, rioting, murder, crime, there is even more critical time to fund SRO to protect our students.
Thank you.
My name is Diane, and I'm from Ward 8. I just had a quick question. Have you ever voted when you didn't have the full council? Have you ever voted before when you didn't have everyone here? Does somebody want to answer that? Mayor?
Man, we've already voted tonight, and I've stated why I think this is such an important issue, as we've heard comments on both sides tonight that having all wards represented would be important.
I just wanted an answer to the question, yes or no, please.
Thank you.
Going to answer me?
I believe
Yes
I
or
did.
no?
I said we voted on something earlier just now. So yes.
Okay. I just had something to read because somebody else sent in an email where they said some things. I'm just going to read it. Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Is it related to the postponement?
It is. There's somebody else made some comments. It is. In December of 2012, we were watching our kindergarten holiday program. We left and were immediately hit by the news of 26 massacred at Sandy Hook Elementary. We took comfort knowing that all elementary schools in our community were staffed by a full-time officer. 2 years later, we moved to Norman, shocked to find out that this is not the case here. Why is Norman behind when it comes to school safety? After a year and a half of bullying here in Norman, we had to remove our student from Norman Public Schools. Prior to making that decision, I spent the day observing my child as they moved through an entire school day. The issues and lack of respect I witnessed from students was jaw-dropping. Just as seeing a cop on the road is a gentle reminder to slow down for safety, policemen present in our schools is a reminder to make good choices. The verbal and physical abuse inflicted on my child would have been deterred in the presence of an officer. To remove any safety feature from a school is a backward step. We desperately need more visibility to deter unwanted behavior. Currently, I have another child in Norman Public Schools. When mentioned SROs, I was told they make students feel safe. I was informed that for some troubled students, the SROs are literally their only friend, as they can't seem to get along with their peers. Why would we not do everything in our power to offer more potential for community policing opportunities? Please don't delay the vote. Please vote to match this SRO grant. I need to tell you now that that was not written by me. That was written by someone else who's here, who is afraid for her job and who, because of the climate, doesn't want to speak for herself. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Ward 6, Jeff McCormick, Ward 3. Our children do not want to go back to school in person without SROs. You need to vote tonight.
I don't know how to.
You'll just sit there and they'll recognize you.
And then Josh Sylvester, Ward 3. Postponing is the responsible democratic thing to do. Thank you all for your service.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Hi, I'm Mike Charbonneau, Ward 5, and I have a son in Norman Public Schools. What I hear tonight makes me want to weep. Every moment you delay puts my son in jeopardy. I hope I don't see him on some bad event that happens because of your lack of attentiveness to your citizens that are speaking here tonight. Makes me just want to weep for us all. I implore you to not postpone, but vote tonight. Thanks.
Thank you.
Nicole Lee, Ward 6. I do not believe this vote should be postponed. I can tell by the faces and body language of the council and the mayor that they do not want to represent the people, but do whatever they want.
Thank you. Ma'am, go ahead.
My name is Dara Rice, and I'm in Ward 2, and I've been a former employee of Norman Public Schools for the past 9 years. Please show the children that we still care and vote yes tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Catlock, Ward 3, postpone the vote. And Lisa Anderson, Ward 6, this needs to be voted on this evening. SROs are critical to the schools and their students.
Thank you.
Hi, Mayor, Council. My name is Scott. I live in Ward 8. City politics should be nonpartisan. This is a blatant effort to postpone so you can get more Bernie Sanders campaign supporters and committee members on the council. Please try to just be nonpartisan for once. Please, the kids deserve it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Corey Lambert, Ward 3, in reference to the vote to delay or not delay, please ask Captain Hawkins or John Steig their opinions on this. They will have the facts on why the vote is very important.
They'll recognize you.
Okay.
Thank you. Go ahead.
My name is Patty Siglin. I live at 140 Tecumseh Meadows Drive in Norman. That is Ward 6. I am currently a Norman Public School teacher, and a delay in the vote tonight might jeopardize the life of a child, because the SRO at Norman North High School saved my child's life. So please don't delay this vote and take a chance of losing a child's life.
Thank you.
Pio Kirby, Ward 3, I fully support delaying this vote. I am the mother of 2, and I am more afraid of SRO's school to prison pipeline than I am of any other danger.
They'll say, sir, go ahead. Tell us.
Also,
Go ahead, sir.
My name is Mark Bourget, Ward 3. I emphatically encourage you to vote for the proposal tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wendy Scher, Ward 8, I strongly support voting on this important issue tonight. I'm not comfortable sending my daughter back to school without SROs. Why leave grant money on the table? Aaron, Ward 8, there should be absolutely no question in denying funds if the common end goal is to protect our children. Do not delay this vote.
Can I have a point of clarification before our next comment from either Deputy Chief Jackson or the city manager? Regardless of what happens with the vote when we have it, whenever that may be, we're not taking away existing SROs, correct?
That is correct, Your Honor. We have 9. The question before us does not have any impact on the existing 9 school resource officer positions.
And even with the additional 4, that would be between, I believe, 15 elementary schools, and it would be a rotation?
Deputy Chief, you're going to have to answer that one.
That is correct.
Thank you, sir. Sir, go ahead.
Yeah, this is Melvin Pruitt again from Ward 2. I see what happens when you guys delay voting on something. We saw that you delayed the vote for 2 weeks on the last time when you defunded the police department. And we saw you parading here 400 children, 15, 18 to 20 years old, who have 0 life experience. 0, okay? And you come in here and cuss you. I saw that they cussed you, council members, and they called you names. They shouted down everybody that spoke for the police. They were clicking their fingers all night long, making noise, shouting down people, and you did nothing to stop them. Nothing. Do you guys not have any security in this place at all? Can anybody just come in here and just say things like that to you? You have no respect for yourself? Come on, really. All we're asking you to do is take a vote without the children here, with the adults in the room, okay? This building is full of adults. I don't think you can see it here, but I'm telling you, adults live in Norman. It's not just the children you need to be listening to. They kept you guys up till 4 o'clock in the morning because they're kids. They got no jobs. They got nothing to do. Stay up all night long. We can't do that. We have to go to bed at a certain time. I stayed up late, listening to all the shenanigans that went on here. And that is inexcusable. That should not happen. You guys need to get control of your chamber. You have people to come in here and talk to you. And to parade 400 kids in. Now, you put it off for 2 weeks. Why did you do that? Maybe you knew they were coming. I don't know. I'm just guessing. But we're not going to have that anymore. Unite Norman is here. We're going to be watching you all the time. You understand, Bria? All you city council members, all of you.
Sir, you can call me Mayor Clark. I appreciate your comment. Have a great
Mayor
night.
Clark, we're watching you, all of you.
Aaron, Ward 8, there should be absolutely no question in denying funds if the common end goal is to protect our children. Do not delay this vote. Matt, Ward 8, if you can't vote due to not having all council seats filled, then it would warrant stopping all voting processes until full seats.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nick Kreitzer, Ward 2. I really don't want to be here today. I had a little bit of trouble finding out whether or not this meeting was actually physically happening or I could go online to do it. So I think there's some things that need to be addressed in terms of the website. I'd also like to thank the Unite Norman people, because if it wasn't for them, I wouldn't be here. But hold your applause, it's not what you think. I would just like to say that, I have two kids. One of them's too young to go to school, and one of them, I wanted him to go to school this year, but because of a lot of bad decisions by a lot of other people, he can't. I have a son who should be going to pre-K this year, but he's not going to be there because the school is all virtual because there's too many people with COVID-19 walking around. So that doesn't have anything specifically to do with this motion, but the idea of postponement, I think, can be addressed by one question. What is the quorum for this group? Can somebody answer that, please? 5. Okay, So, you know, as far as I'm concerned, having a vote on something like this in terms of if it just needs a quorum, well, that's one specific way of looking at it. But I would like to see, you know, my kids aren't necessarily safer because there's a bunch of cops in the building, especially if those cops aren't necessarily paying attention to them. You know, obviously, if you've been around, I went to public school in a little town not far from Tulsa, and there were no cops in the building, and we did just fine. That's not the only way to protect your kid, you know. And in terms of how this relates to other things, I would like to hear a lot more from the actual police department in terms of what the success rate is of these SROs going into public schools. But it seems like there's a lot of conversation that has not happened. And a lot of people that are, you know, interested in fighting for an ideal that doesn't necessarily get addressed by this 4 SROs and this $500,000. That's all I have to say. Thanks.
Thank you.
Mac, Ward 8, if you, oh, sorry, I already read that one. Edward Flick, Ward 3, I think you should not delay this vote. Our children badly need SRO protection now as they Zoom call into class, or I think you should, yeah, no, he said should not, as they Zoom call into class to prevent further virtual violence.
Thank you.
My name is Terry Van Winkle. I live in Ward 2. I have no concerns about my council member not being here tonight or having someone representing our ward tonight. My feeling is that we have bylaws for these meetings and these votes. You have a quorum. You have all authority to move forward, to be active, to not be scared and not postpone, and take care of the issue that is very important before us tonight. All in all, as someone who lives in Norman, and I have 3 grandchildren in the Norman Public School District. Actually, I have 4, forgot about 1. I know that one of the things they're most concerned about is having a sense of security at school, having a sense of stability at school that they haven't had in 6 months now, any sense of stability, and making sure we have SROs in place as soon as possible before we return to classrooms is extremely important. To delay this vote is only to raise the risk and possibility of not having SROs in place. And it's my understanding that, unlike what we heard a few minutes ago, we don't have all of our SROs in place. We're supposed to have 13, if I'm correct, and we only have 9 currently. So we need to move quickly to put them in place. I also just wanted to say that from personal experience, I was not a teacher, but I was a youth pastor for over 20 years. My most recent youth ministry experience was overseeing a multi-site student ministry. It encompassed 12 campuses and about 5,000 students. At every one of those sites, we did not have a youth gathering unless we knew there was a security type police officer in place. And in interacting with kids who became acquainted with them, as many of our students in Norman schools do, they all have a favorable opinion. They see them as mentors. They see them as role models. They see them as that security they need to be developed by to truly have the best education experience they can have. Please do not postpone this. Do not be cowards. Do not fall back on feeble excuses. We're ready to see action, responsibility from our city council. We're tired of fighting these elements. You think that we are in cities that like putting the worst type of characterization on police officers. This is Norman, Oklahoma. We appreciate them. We support them. We need to see all of them in place and see it as soon as possible. Please do not postpone this vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mary Francis, Ward 7, please postpone and schedule public discussion about SRO. Thank you. Megan Strong, Ward 2, I fully support the delay of the vote. This needs further study and community discussion. SROs protect some children and endanger others. Susan Byers, Ward 3, vote tonight. I am a former special needs behavior student who worked with SROs. For safety, please do not delay the vote.
Thank you. And one more point of clarification for everyone watching from our Deputy Chief Jackson. If we voted tonight and if it was successful and passed, it's not like we would have 4 new SROs hitting the doors of schools tomorrow. They have to go through an academy, correct?
That's correct. There's a 40-hour academy they have to attend.
Thank you. Go ahead, sir.
Okay. My name is Ernest Willis. I represent Ward 5. This has been discussed ad nauseum. You know, we've already been down this road. I don't understand why there's not a vote tonight. You voted before without full staff. This should be no different than any other time. We know where everybody stands. This is a no-brainer. Just because you have extreme disdain for our police officers, don't let this affect the protection of our children. Our schools and our children need these SROs. And why we are 4 short, I can't even understand that, you know, because like you said, there's such a delay that you're already behind the curve. You know, we've got 9 SROs now. We need the 13 full staff. Got to protect our children. I have a special needs child. He was in Norman North. I had to withdraw him because of bullying, extreme bullying. You know, I don't have faith in the administration to protect our children. These SROs have to be here. We protect our children less than we protect our money. They're the most valuable resource we have. You know, on top of that, this is a golden opportunity to restore the respect, faith, and trust in our officers in Norman. We love these guys. That's why we're out here today, is we need our children protected. This is beyond comprehension why you would do this. Take the vote. Withdraw your motion. Take the vote. There's no excuse not to.
Thank you.
Ann Lindquist, Ward 8. I have 5 children in Norman Public Schools. Our SRO program is one of the most important programs in our community. Please vote for our children. This should be an easy yes. Michael Danielson, Ward 2. Don't postpone this vote. Kids need protection in the city council clearly is against the police. Why don't one of the council members go to the schools and see what it is like?
Go ahead, sir.
Hi, my name is Jerry Winkle, and I live in Ward 5. I'm retired principal at Norman North High School. I'm all that the lack of understanding of what SROs are by the council. I was principal at Norman North High School. The SROs were my lifeline to the police department in Norman, Oklahoma. Every week I was briefed on what was going on with the young people, not only in Norman, but in communities north of us who had recruiters, gang members coming down and recruiting our kids. I had no idea about what the gangs were all about. I didn't have any idea about the insignia, but I learned a lot from our police officers. And working together, I think we salvaged a lot of lives. Also, as we worked with SROs, and they come in and brief me on Monday morning, found out what incidences of domestic violence were going on in our community, so that our counselors could deal effectively with kids who were victims of that. Shows the importance of an SRO. We also had many times that we had just the opposite. SROs would sit down and counsel the kids, kept them from making really foolish decisions. We need to have our SROs in every school now. The people who are recruiting our kids are not going on vacation. They're out there right now. They're planning their strategy to recruit Norman kids into gangs, Marxist groups, and destroying lives. I implore you, vote, fully fund the SROs in Norman Public Schools. We need them now. And as I said a while ago, it's a no-brainer when you're offered $500,000 to put SROs in every school in this district. That's a no-brainer. So please, let's take responsibility. Let's fully fund them. And let's get on with having good schools in Norman, Oklahoma. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jasmine Molly, Ward 8, postpone the vote. SROs do not have a positive impact on all children. Our BIPOC children deserve to have their safety needs understood as well. Further discussion is needed. Dana Lynn, Ward 6, no expanded SROs. We have enough kids joining the school to prison pipeline in Oklahoma. Jeremy Wantz, Ward 2, the vote should be postponed. My ward is not represented tonight, and I do not believe the SRO program is appropriate, especially in elementary schools.
Hi, I'm Nancy. I'm in Ward 2, and I've seen a resource officer talk down a student who might be of harm to himself or another student. So are you, the council, prepared to accept responsibility for any harm to students in the schools without an SRO? And knowing that it would not be filled immediately, even with a yes vote, why did you not try to bring this up sooner than wait till right before school starts? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Marcy, Ward 6, it is fiscally irresponsible to vote yes on this. We have 9 SROs already, no more school to prison pipeline. Stephanie Friesman, Ward 3, the vote needs to be postponed until you have full representation from all the wards. This is too important an issue to rush through. Ward 5, Debbie Carlton, postpone until you have all wards represented to vote. Who pays for the program after the grant money is used up? Does it fall back on the city? Needs more public discussion.
Go ahead, sir.
Hassan Magadam, 3421 48th Avenue Northwest. This is hypocrisy in motion. You guys just voted on 40 items and with 2 council members not being present, no 2 wards not being represented. And now you have the audacity to stop and want to postpone this item. I think it's time to do your job and get the vote in place tonight. Thank you.
Sean Boyd, Ward 2, as a resident, a taxpayer, a father of 4 children and a man who believes in right and wrong. Do the right thing. Vote tonight. You have a quorum. Alan Hatcher, Ward 8. I support postponing the vote. A massive effort needs to be made to include the entire community in the SRO discussion, specifically marginalized families who are most impacted. Brian Vineyard, Ward 3. Vote tonight. Alex Lanfear, Ward 2. The vote should be delayed. I don't have a council member right now, and I'm positive David Perry would have voted no on this. I would like proper representation. Rest in peace, David.
Go ahead, ma'am.
I'm Jessica Smith, Ward 2. I vote to not postpone the vote. I have 2 young children in the Norman Public School programs. I'm pretty sure a lot of you have young children in the school programs as well. Isn't that correct? Head nods are good. Yeses are acceptable. Wouldn't you guys feel safer with police protecting them? Or I guess, do you just feel like police are so bad that you don't even want them there? Does nobody want to answer? You know, I have a African-American niece who's in the Moore Public School program. And she used to be bullied a lot. But not anymore. You know why? Because of the SRO at her school. That's who she went to. That was her safe place, her safe person. You know, our children don't have that, and it's really sad. So just that it's not really a matter of keeping children of color safe. It's a matter of keeping all children safe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Rebecca Punto, Ward 3, postpone the vote. KW and Shelley Harris of Ward 5 in Norman, for 25 years, want the vote tonight and to support the SRO funding to protect all Norman children. To do otherwise is selfish, uncaring, and political. Patricia Welch, Ward 2, SROs are an absolute essential to our city. Please do not delay the vote. This is way too important to delay.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Hello, I'm Carla Shelby and I'm in Ward 4, and I appreciate you letting me have time to speak with all of you. I'd appreciate if you didn't postpone the vote because I feel like children are, of course, very important. My point to that is when I heard that we had a $500,000 grant given to our city, yay. I mean, great. How great is that to have $500,000 given to us and all we have to do is match that over 4 years. That's not a very hard thing to do, especially for the safety of children. The world that is today, when I was young, we didn't have to have officers in the classroom. But today's world, look at all the terrible things that do happen. You never know when it's going to be your school. So I feel why wouldn't we want to support our children and make them feel safe? And to me, it's not a political thing. It's not a police thing. It's not anything that's left or right. It's children. And I know that either you have children or grandchildren, nieces or nephews. It's a children thing. It's nothing but children. Why don't we protect the young children in our town? There's an officer today and at every city council meeting protecting you guys at the council and anyone here voting or wanting to attend every time you meet. That's great. Because you know what, we need some protection sometimes for people that get upset about some things. And we always want to feel safe when you guys are voting. So why wouldn't we do the same thing? You have an officer for you guys. Why can't we have an officer for children? It's a simple thing. I really appreciate you guys for listening to us. And let me tell you, I appreciate this town of Norman and how we support everyone. And I know what, we can come together. We can come together on this one thing. Please support our children. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kelly Cook, Ward 8. We understand that the SRO vote would not put new SROs in place tomorrow, but every day we delay this vote affects my 4 children. Please vote for the children of Norman. Debbie C., Ward 5, vote to postpone. It's not fully funded though, right? The city picks up the cost for year 4 and any shortfalls. Falls needs further discussion.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Adrienne Johnson. I reside in Ward 2, and I just wanted to touch on some topics. What children are we protecting exactly? Is it every child, the same thing as when people say all lives matter, except for Black ones? Because we all know that Black lives keep continuously being racially profiled and brutally murdered by police officers and thereof, and also being unjustly treated in the justice system. So which lives are we talking about here? Which student are we talking about here? Because my student, my Black son, was assaulted at Norman High and called the N-word by another white student. So where were these protective SRO officers at the time? And then after I came there to address the situation, only one of the officers, a Black officer, was the only one that took of concern of the situation. The white SO officer was so disengaged with the fact that my son was assaulted by another white student on camera, by the way, that he wouldn't even look at me when I asked him, can he take the report? He walked out the room. So the Black officer had to tell me, hey, I can take the report for you. He was the only one also in the school besides the principal, who now isn't the principal anymore, that was concerned that my student was assaulted in the cafeteria by another student and called the N-word. So which students are we exactly supporting here? I would like to know that. Also, we're talking about keeping children safe and keeping the community safe. Where are all these people when they do not want to wear masks in public? Rallies and doing their different things in the community that is harming the community with the COVID-19 in place right now. These same people are seen gathering and big lots and things. So therefore, where are all these people on the other issues with keeping our children safe while we are talking about keeping our children safe? So
right now we're speaking to the postponement of this item.
I want to say that in light of the SRO program, I say vote no. It is a pipeline to prison for children and people of color specifically. So I vote no on that. And
on the postponement,
safety.
We're talking.
Okay, the postponement. Thank you.
Stephanie Cohen, Ward 3, SROs are essential, vote tonight. Amy Labont, Ward 8, please vote tonight. A 40-hour training academy needs to occur before positions can be filled. A vote tonight to secure the $500,000 grant money is important. Please vote tonight. Mike Grizzle, Ward 6, vote tonight. Melanie Norris, Ward 4, there should be no delay of the vote. Do the jobs you were elected to do. Kim Hembry, Ward 1, please postpone. We need more information. We also need to look at social workers, counselors versus SROs.
Go ahead, sir.
Just a reminder to everyone, I think some might have arrived late. We're not speaking about accepting the grant as a whole right now. We're speaking about postponing that vote until we have a full council. Go ahead.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Thank you. My name is Michael Blanc. I'm from Ward 2, currently staying at the Sooner Court Apartments, just north of I-35. I grew up here in Norman. I went to Norman High. To be specific, I want to go ahead and postpone the vote. My ward is not being specifically represented by any kind of elected official. It's unfortunate that's not happening, but I believe it's important that we have elected representation before we take such an important vote. And we need to have some kind of public discussion. From my personal experiences going to Norman High, it was a very safe school. And growing up, especially going through high school within a single parent household, I didn't really see any kind of impact one way or the other of having a resource officer on campus. All the more reason we should probably have a public discussion to make sure that A, we have an elected representative in the ward before we make a vote, and B, so that we can actually have a further discussion as a community about whether or not we wish to have more SROs specifically funded through federal grants that we may be on the hook for later.
Thank you.
Matt, Ward 8, we heard from Unite Norman that the police budget was wrongly voted for emotional reasons. but they want council to vote to approve tonight based on emotional reasons. Postpone. Regina Lynch, Ward 4. I have many friends with children still in Norman Public Schools. Please vote yes for tonight on the safety of kids. Sorry, that one wasn't about the delay. Shendell Nash, Ward 5. Delay the vote. More discussion is needed for more counselors versus SROs.
Go ahead, sir.
Yes, my name's Shane Wallace. I'm from Ward 8. I have 3 children. They're in these schools. I want to be brutally honest here. Children are stupid. They don't make the right decisions. They all make bad decisions. I watch my kids do it daily. And the fact of these officers being in these schools are to keep these children safe and to keep these teachers safe. If something happens, these kids get into a fight, these teachers are not allowed to step in with fear of being a lawsuit coming against them. So they stand back and watch it happen. And the fact that you're willing to put children's lives, their safety at risk is absurd. I mean, we all live here. I work 60, 70 hours a week to be here in Norman because it's safe for my family to be here. And the fact that you guys are attacking the police and wanting to take them out of the schools and put our children at risk, that's ridiculous. You guys need to keep these officers in these. We may not be in school right now, distance learning, but it's not going to be that way forever. And the bill to my understanding that you're trying to vote on is for the next 3 years. Taking these officers out, that's not a smart move. And you guys are supposed to be here for the people. That's your first responsibility in the position you're in, is to the people of this city. And the fact that you're wanting to take these officers out of these schools and put these children at risk, that's not acceptable at all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Donna Johnson, Ward 5, Mayor Clark, and council members, you are doing a great job. Postpone this vote until more information can be gathered. Let's vote on facts, not histrionics or of twisted people. Lori Scott, Ward 6, vote tonight. From personal experience, an SRO was instrumental in keeping my stepdaughter from being sexually assaulted by a fellow student.
April Willoughby, Ward 2. I do not disagree with delay in vote. This would allow my ward to be properly represented. If the delay in vote will not cost the Norman the opportunity to receive the proposed federal grant in the future, then there's no reason the council should be continued to be berated for considering a delay. You have my support.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay. My name is Robert Beavers, Ward 2. My question about this delay is, okay, I understand my councilman is the one not here. And so his position is going to be filled by appointment from you. Is that correct?
We will do the standard appointment process where there's a committee of 5 residents who will put the name forward and then all of council will vote on it.
And are those from my ward?
Yes.
But then the council will vote on it, or you will vote on it?
The council.
Okay. The reason I'm here also is, okay, I'm a Norman resident, but I'm a police officer in another agency. I've supervised and I've been a part of the SRO in my agency. I understand the importance of it, and I understand what happens with delays, not taking this funding. There is a possibility that if it's delayed and without you setting a date, this city will lose that grant. And that's a travesty. The SRO program, and the longer you delay it, yes, there's a lag. Just like when you don't hire police officers, there's a lag. So every time you delay, you make it harder to hire officers. You make it harder to train officers because you're not showing support. This city's losing officers because you're not showing support. And by delaying this and postponing it and not standing up and doing the right thing, you're endangering our citizens and our children. You are doing that if you don't vote for this and vote yes now. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Angela Starks, Ward 1. You could delay the vote since they are in distance learning right now. It is a perfect time to examine safety in school. Sarah Lorenz, Ward 8, there's an entire ward without representation right now. This vote is absolutely needs to happen, but once we have full representation of all wards. Stephanie Cohen, Ward 3, nothing is acceptable for postponement. Enough council members to move forward. Hasn't stopped them before.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Hello, my name is Karen and I am from Ward 1. My children attend Norman Public Schools. They've had a wonderful education. We've had wonderful teachers, counselors, administrative staff, and SROs. All of those people are vitally important to the quality of education and allowing an opportunity for each student to succeed. Unfortunately, they can't be everywhere and do everything. At this time, we have an increase in substance abuse and overdose. We have an increase in suicides. So it's even more important than ever before that we have SROs in the school to help out. So I would ask that you would vote tonight to make that happen. In addition, my understanding is that previously when the council met to defund the police, that you were swayed by the people who were present that evening and voicing their opinions and thoughts on that. If that is so, then I would ask that you do the same thing and vote tonight because the opinions have been overwhelmingly in favor of you voting this evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have an email from Matt Durbin, Ward 7, vote to postpone. Hey, that one's not about postponement.
Whatever she's reading, and then she'll say, go ahead. Okay, thank you.
One from Kathy Nees, Ward 8. I do not understand why there would be any postponement, especially since you voted on plenty of other items tonight. Please do not lose this grant. Time is of the essence. Go ahead, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Dana, and I'm from Ward 3, Norman for 30 years, yet this is the first council meeting I've ever been to. Saw it on my phone tonight that this was the agenda. I'm presuming, I could be wrong, that all of the council members knew this was on the agenda tonight, was to be discussed. Hearing you all talk, it's been discussed extensively previously. It's admitted you do have a quorum. So why are we not voting on this? These council members knew the meeting was tonight. If it was important to them, they would have been here to discuss it. So why are we not voting on it? Is this not their job?
Mayor, can you answer that, please? The what's changed?
Pardon me?
Can you go ahead and let her know what has changed in the last week? With my constituent, would you go ahead and answer that?
Yes, we had a council member pass away. So we don't just have one vacancy, we have two vacancies. And as I'm sure everyone's heard the comments on both sides of this issue, it is a very polarizing one. And there have been residents who've requested that they be represented in the vote. So that was why I made the motion. I haven't stated anything else. It's just making sure we're full council. And the fourth meeting would be, I looked it up, September 28th. Does that sound right, Brenda?
22nd.
22nd.
So
that would be when we would vote on it.
And I'd always heard you shouldn't leave money on the table. So hence Norman should drop the money. It has been discussed and you do have a quorum. So what's lacking here? Thank you.
Thank you.
Logan Byers, Ward 3, vote tonight.
And she'll recognize you after she's reading.
Ward 8, vote Lauren Otis. Ward 8, vote tonight. Our SROs are needed. Courtney Toralba, Ward 8, I would like to delay the vote regarding school resource officers. We need more information.
Go ahead, sir.
Yes, thank you. I'm Benjamin Alley from Ward 3. I came out here today because I was pretty surprised with the rhetoric and odd conversations going around officers in schools. Tons of UN people here. It seems very odd in and of itself, but let's just talk about the raw data. In the United States, having these officers in the schools themselves has not been a
Sir,
very
just point of clarification, we're speaking about the postponement right now.
Yes, I understand.
Okay.
And thus
Making
to
sure.
postpone the vote and putting it in context, we need to look at the actual data and the information that goes on and the effectiveness of these programs. And right now, it does not have a good track record. And hence, it's taken on a lot of the terms of being a pipeline to prisons. And we have our own prison problem here in Oklahoma in and of itself. And I would have to agree with the council's decision if they decide to postpone this vote would be a smart decision. It would be wise to do that for the children in our community and to fully understand the issue in and of itself. I think anything else would be very unwise and sensationalist in nature.
Thank you.
Monica Marsh, Ward 7, SROs are necessary in schools and we should not postpone this issue any longer.
Hi, I'm Vicki Smith. I live in Ward 8. I have 4 grandchildren in the Norman Public School System and one that graduated a year ago. I don't understand the delay. My kids have gone through several lockdowns. Their representation of a police officer at their school, I feel, gave them a sense of safety. I got a call from a granddaughter saying, we're on lockdown, we're on the floor in the library, but our police officer is here. And there are more coming to the school. That was comforting to me, to her, to all the kids there. A delay in this is preposterous. What are those kids going to miss if an SRO is not there for their protection? I believe in your oath, you're sworn to represent the people. And it's pretty clear tonight that there is a large majority that are in favor of accepting this money to give us these resources to protect our kids. I would greatly appreciate you voting tonight so that we do not have further delays. We need them as soon as we can get them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Samantha Beagle, or Samantha Smith, Ward 5. If a delay took place for getting more data on the SRO program, how much time would that take to get the information requested? I am not for the delay tonight. Angela Adams, Ward 8, postpone the vote. We need psychologists, social workers, therapists, ACE interventionists, nurses, and well-trained teachers, not police. I support Mayor Clark and unfairly targeted city council members.
All right.
I think
No more public comments, Ellen?
they're not coming, so.
Okay.
All right. Any final? Oh, go ahead.
We do have some more from social media. Rebecca Bradford, Ward 6, please vote tonight for SROs and Norman Public Schools. The longer the vote is delayed, the longer before SROs have to wait to be trained. John Martin, Ward 5, I would like to ask council members when the grant expires, when would you postpone this vote to? And that's all we have.
Okay, Mayor, back to you.
All right, thank you. Seeing no other public comment on the postponement of this item, any final comments from council?
Councilmember Foreman.
Okay. This is a really tough conversation to have. It's obviously very emotional for our city. those who are pro-police and those who have had bad experiences with SROs. But everybody in the city of Norman can be very emotional about the topic, except for 7 people. So we have to operate sort of based on facts. And so I think that there's maybe some misunderstanding about what we're voting on. We're voting on a matching grant. We're not just being given money, and we are not doing away with SROs. That's a PSST issue. To do away with that would be a required like vote of the people. So I think as we further talk about postponing this, or if we vote tonight, that we definitely need to highlight what the differences are and some of the fears and concerns that the public have made.
Councilmember Holman.
Thank you. I appreciate all the comments that have been made tonight. I agree with Councilmember Foreman. This is a pretty emotional issue, as we've seen, and it's really complicated. And I would agree that this is we're not being given any money by the federal government. Any money we ever get from the federal government has strings attached to it, and sometimes some very significant ones. In this case, we do have 4 remaining SRO officer positions that we need to fill based on the original or PSST Part 2. The issue I have with it is that the PSST fund is underwater right now. It is being subsidized by the city general fund by over $1 million. I'll say that again, the public safety sales tax is not generating enough revenue to meet its obligations. And the city general fund, which cannot afford it, is currently subsidizing it. I cannot be any more clear about that. Norman Public Schools has stated they will not contribute another cent to helping fund this program. In the letter I read, it states that there's a cap that the city agreed to, but that is absolutely not true. We did not agree to a cap on funding. And I've always maintained Norman Public Schools should be heavily involved in funding and operating the security in their buildings. And so the fact that we don't know where the funding for this will come in the next few years, the fact that we are voting to encumber future city councils on a major budgetary issue is why this is much different than any zoning request that we would be facing. This is very different. And that is why we do need to have a full council in order to address it, because future city councils are going to have to deal with this decision. I've heard from quite a few Ward 7 residents. 3 spoke tonight in favor of not postponing, but I've heard from about 15 overall, and the rest all wanted me to postpone for the very reasons I've stated and many of the reasons we've heard tonight. There's a lot of questions about this. So I do support the postponement, and I look forward to continuing this discussion and getting answers to some of these questions that have been raised tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
See no other comments, Mayor.
All right. Let's go ahead and cast our votes.
Voting on a motion to postpone. Did you want to put a date certain in there, the September 22nd?
If not before, yeah, that would be the drop dead date.
Okay, motion to postpone the item to no later than September 22nd. Councilmember Bierman.
Aye.
Councilmember Petrone.
Aye.
Councilmember Hall.
Aye.
Councilmember Foreman.
No.
Councilmember Holman.
Yes.
Councilmember Peacock.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Yes.
Okay. Mayor Clark.
Yes.
The motion to postpone to no later than September 22nd passes by a vote of 6-1, voting against Councilmember Foreman.
Now, back to item 42.
Item 42.
Mayor, can you take a break? I need the ladies' room.
Yes, let's take a 5-minute break. Go, feel free to turn your mic and your cameras off.
Are we live?
Not yet.
I'm saying the parties on South Creek have started for the night. It's been every night for the last 2 weeks.
Oh, great.
So if you hear booming bass in the background, that's my neighbor's fraternity house.
Looks like Unite Norman tanked every single one of the bombs.
Yeah, they're all failing.
People that don't, they got the anti-taxers out.
Hey, Daddy.
Mom's on her meeting. What?
Can you come out here?
Yeah, just a second.
Okay, I'm gonna get dressed.
Okay.
Daddy, I'm just gonna grab one of y'all's shirts. Daddy.
Allison, you're not muted.
About the question about vaping.
Oh.
I love it. Reality TV.
The story of my dang life right now.
Okay. All right, those of us that are here are back. Are we ready, Madam Clerk? I'm going to take that as a yes.
Go ahead, Mayor Clark.
All right. On to item 42, ordinance 2021-1, to grant special use for one and only one of the specific uses permitted in the M1 restricted industrial district, specifically G, medical marijuana processor, any tier except that tier 1 and tier 2 will not be allowed to have on-site sales as allowed by state law. In A2 rural agricultural district for property located at 3927 12th Avenue Northwest. I will point out, again, another issue of having a smaller council, although this isn't the same level of hot button issue as the last one, because the protest for the project was 51.9%, this to pass will require a supermajority, which is 7, which is all of us. So I don't mean that to influence your vote, but we just don't see that very often. And I wanted to make sure everyone understood what was going on with that. So I will entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on second reading, section by section.
I have a question.
Sorry, go ahead.
So because that's the case of the supermajority, does the applicant, if they would want to put this on the next agenda, can they, maybe this is a question for Brenda.
They can certainly request postponement, but at your next meeting, you will only have 8. You won't have a full council again till the end of September, most likely.
So regardless of, can they, if they wanted to wait and have it to where they have more council members that.
Well, the applicant is here, so I'll let him answer that question.
Okay, go ahead.
Hello, I don't mind taking my chances. I know you all just had a rough 2 hours. I'm just going to plead my case, and then whatever you vote, I am content with that. I have no issues. I will matriculate to another option, and I'll just give you all the facts, and I just hope that you all will hold an open mind to what I'm trying to do, and just let me know when I can start pleading my case.
Madam Clerk, will you confirm that we had both a motion and a second?
I have Councilmember Patron is.
You went mute on me.
I made the motion. I don't know if I had a second.
8. Okay, and then Councilmember Patron, did you second it?
Second.
Yeah. Okay.
Sir, go ahead and give us your presentation.
All right. Basically, I'm an operation where I have 2 employees. This has been in operation for 2 years. I've had a processing license at this location. The problem arises when I try to renew. I guess the city says that I'm okay to grow, but I can't process pre-rolls because I'm not zone correctly. So this business has been in operation for over 2 years. And I know about the 51%, which is not quite correct because the 80 something acres that is bordered to me is owned by 3 siblings. Only one of the 3 siblings have complained, which is August Hansmeyer. His sister, which lives right next door to him, which is my neighbor, has no issue with it. Her kids also have grow and processing operations elsewhere in Oklahoma. From his point of view, after the meeting, he brought me watermelon to my house from his garden. It's strictly a financial thing because he figures if this is here, it's going to affect his 80 acres with the subdivision 5-10 years down the future. And like I told them then, and I told them now, I have no problems. It's a license and it can be picked up and moved. When you're ready to develop your 80 acres, I am willing to toss my 25 and we negotiate a good deal for the developer. That is the mindset I am dealing with. Also, I believe OMMA is also, I think, has passed that come November, as a grow, you can process pre-rolls. So basically what this is going to do to me is it's going to force me to lay off an employee and it's going to cost me about $40,000 in income is what this boils down to. So nobody knew I was in existence or causing any issues with my neighbors. It is strictly financial. And that is pretty much it. I've been doing the pre-rolls for 1.5 years. And all it is just grinding the flour and putting it in a sleeve. That's it. There's no chemicals. It's only consumed in an 8x10 area within the building. So there's no new construction on this job site. I am not going to tarnish any of the other areas. The building that I was going to expand my grow in, I've put a halt to that in case that they do develop. I've sought mergers with other grow operations outside, so I wouldn't have to make life difficult for the neighbors. So I'm trying to be a very friendly neighbor. And like I said, the guy brought me watermelon after the last city planning thing. It's strictly financial, and I just want you to look at it from that perspective. I'm not a nuisance to the community. I'm contributing, and that's pretty much it. I just hope you can not have me lay off somebody and not affect my income for my business. And like I said, the 2 people that complained, I talked to them after the meeting and I was okay. She understood, the lady that was opposite me. And then, like I said, August is just a subdivision that you already see the street from the previous subdivision behind us, that they already have it lined up to come into his 80 acres. And like I said, I don't have a problem. I told him, just like I told his son, and his son says, you know, hey, my dad is just looking out for our inheritance down the road. And I understand that, and I have no issues with that. And like I said, I'm on record that, hey, sign me up and I will move when the subdivision is ready to come in the neighborhood. And that's pretty much where I am. I'm an easygoing chap. And I just hope you all can help me out so I could keep people employed and keep things going. If you look at my record, I have no complaints, no police this, no issues at all. Nobody know I exist, and that's the way I like to keep it. I live at 25 acres also. So, I mean, you drive by, you wouldn't even know I'm in existence. So, and that's how I like to keep it. And that's why I sought other investments outside so I wouldn't expand to create any issues. So help me out, council people. I know it's a rough night. It's pretty much it in a nutshell. I'm easygoing.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that more than you know. Are there any questions from council regarding this item?
Councilmember Behrman.
Sir, can you pronounce your last name for me so I don't miss?
Precia, P-R-E-C-I-L-L-A, the double L is a Y.
I would prefer to call you Mr. Percia than sir, but I also didn't want to mispronounce it. So that's why I
you could call me Vinny as long as you don't call me late to dinner. Like I said, whatever you all do, you do. I will bob and weave accordingly. I feel for you guys. My 9 to 5 is an engineering job. I got 20 rental properties in the Norman area. I understand the stress you're all going with. My wife and myself had a lot of ideas about helping the city and different things with people that get public help that, you know, they could contribute to the city, whether we have somewhere where they could help babysit the ones that are going to work. So there's a lot of things we could do as a city. I just don't like the divisiveness. We're all inclusive. We all have to live together. You know, let's figure out how to be happy.
I
So,
like your mantra. I like your mantra.
yeah, just
I
help
don't
me
have
out.
too much in terms of questions for you, but I will point out that your particular situation is exactly why we created the tiers of processing in
Right.
the first place. And so, do I understand this correctly that if you obtain this special use permit, this is not what the expansion of your building would have been before? Okay.
No. It has
And
no expansion, and I have stopped the expansion on the other building because of the possibility for the development of the 80 acres next to me with my 25. Like I told my neighbor, says, hey, sign me up. The license, you're allowed to move once a year. So, you know, when they buy out my 25 acres, I can move. This is strictly investment. I try to employ people, and I try to keep the peace. And like I said, if you look at the address and you look at the issues, you have no complaints from me. Hey, I'm easy.
I appreciate that. And you were
Live
not, this
life.
is not going to be sold on site. So you're not going to be looking at a significant increased vehicular traffic in the
No,
area.
there's absolutely no vehicle. It is not open to the public. It is 2 employees, that's it.
And with the special use permit, none of that will change.
None of that will change. I'm not processing any chemicals or CO2 blasting, none of that stuff. All I'm making is you grind the flour, which I already do for dispensaries. All I'm doing is putting it in the sleeve to make a pre-roll. That's it. That's all I'm asking for. That's all on the PUD. All that is written down on the PUD. That's all I'm doing.
Okay.
Nothing more, nothing less.
Those are really all my questions. I just wanted to make sure that those were clarified for anyone who might be watching, who might be concerned about this. But this seems to me like a pretty textbook case of exactly why we wanted to provide a little flexibility with our licensing and not make you get the full-on processor license for all of the chemical related extraction processes. So I appreciate you being here tonight. I certainly don't have any issues with this application, and I see that there are a couple other council members who have questions, so I'm going to yield it to them. Thank you so much, Mr. Prestia. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Councilmember Hall.
Mr. Prestia, thank you for your presentation. I also was able to listen in when you made your presentation at the Planning Commission. So I just want to make sure I understand where we are currently, because it does sound like you have made some changes. So at the Planning Commission, you were planning on constructing another building.
That's correct. That is on hold.
Okay, so you're taking that off the table for now.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Because there were some concerns at the time about, you know, where that was sited and everything. So we've eliminated that as an issue.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
And then the other piece was you needed to have waiver on the exterior materials. That was part of this use, but you've taken that off too, I'm assuming, since you're not going to do the building.
Right. There's no building, and like I said, what is currently in existence is what it is. All is a 8 by 10 room within the 2,400 square feet grow operation, where I already process flour for distribution. So the same person that is processing that is who makes the pre-roll on the table in there. So there's no physical change to the property. There's no increase in employees. It's not open to the public. So there's no public driving on the property or anything like that. I'm the only one with a transporter license. So when product comes on or off my property, I'm the one that is moving that product.
And I also took the opportunity to just go take a ride by your property, and you are fairly isolated, and you're right, you wouldn't be doing what you're doing at your location. So That was really the only clarification I wanted to make sure I understood. So thank you for your presentation tonight.
And I thank you all very much. And I know it's been a stressful night, so don't lump me in. I'm an individual. Judge me for who I am, please.
Councilmember Holman.
Okay, just I appreciate you coming to see us tonight and making your case. Just a couple of clarifying questions, really, for the record and for anybody watching at home. Just to be clear, do the property owners near you, do they live on that property, or they just own that property?
I only have 2 neighbors that live right next to me, which Maya, which is the one that had complained, and his sister. His sister did not complain, and she's also part owner of the 80-acre tract. It is not owned solely by August, so technically, I mean, I'm not pushing it. Technically, it's not a 51% issue, because if you look at ownership of the property, only one person that actually is on the deed has complained of that group that surrounds me. And like I said, it's strictly a financial thing for him, because if you drive to the subdivision behind, you could see where they have a road already and ready to point in when they develop that into that 80 acres. And I've made it absolutely clear, and my wife has signed on board, when they get ready to develop that 80 acres, if they want to buy my 25 acres as is, you have me on record, price is right, sign me up, the license is allowed to move once a year. So I'm easy with that.
Okay, and then maybe Jane, our planning director, Ms. Hudson, could comment just on the special use permit and stays with the business or the property. Definitely have questions about that every time we do one of these. So if might get a comment about that if possible from staff.
Correct, Councilmember Holman. The license for the special use does stay with the property. His license that is with the state, like he's saying, he can move that once a year, I guess. But as far as the special use, it would stay with the property. If it stays, if it is not active for 2 years, then it would expire.
Okay. Would it maybe be possible to have it so that it, you know, if his business goes, the special use would expire and a new applicant would have to come back?
Is Catherine or Beth, could you guys answer that? I'm not sure that.
Yeah, that would not be in accordance with our ordinance. Our zoning ordinance states specifically, I believe, that the special uses is good as long as it's being used, with the exception of that gap issue.
Okay, I appreciate the clarification there. That is kind of what I thought about that as well, but I did have a few questions just about special use in that regard. So that's all the questions I have. I appreciate answers from staff, and I appreciate you for presenting your case to us. Thanks.
I see no other comments, Mayor.
All right. This is an opportunity for members of the public to make comments regarding this item. Are there any public comments?
I see none.
Like I said, I made peace with the 2 people after the planning meeting. So that has been addressed and taken care of.
Thank you, sir.
There are
any
none from
final
social media, Mayor.
Thank you. Are there any final comments from council regarding this item?
Seeing none, Mayor.
Okay. The motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on final. Went ahead. The motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on second reading. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Bierman.
Aye.
Councilmember Petrone.
Aye.
Councilmember Hall.
Aye.
Councilmember Foreman.
Aye.
Councilmember Holman.
Yes.
Councilmember Peacock.
Yes.
Mayor Clark.
Yes.
The ordinance is adopted upon second reading unanimously.
Bless your
Oh,
heart.
no.
I love you guys and good
Hold
luck
on,
with
we gotta do
that
final
stuff out
reading.
there. Oh,
But I don't know if it will change, but I appreciate your enthusiasm. 1 minute. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on final reading.
So moved.
Second.
The motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on final reading. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Bierman,
Aye.
Councilmember Petrone,
Aye.
Councilmember Hall,
Aye.
Councilmember Foreman,
Aye.
Councilmember Holman,
Yes.
Councilmember Peacock,
Yes.
Mayor Clark.
Yes. Now we are done.
all right. Bless you all, guys. Have good luck with your story. Maybe if you bring pizza, they might, change their mind. Y'all have a good night. Thank you. You have a good day. I'm out.
I'm out.
All right. Item 43, ordinance 2021-2, amending the plan unit development established in ordinance 1415-29 to amend signage requirements for Lot 1, Block 1 Legacy Trail Apartments Edition located at 2501 Pendleton Drive. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on second reading, section by section.
So moved.
Second.
Is there a representative of the applicant to make a presentation?
I believe, Mr. Clark, are you still with us?
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Go
Take
ahead,
it
Mike.
away, sir.
Yes. All right. So thank you guys for letting me hear me tonight. What I'm proposing is to have the current sign to be remodified with a new electrical sign and a permit from what is set back from 350 feet with easement approval and everything that's been proposed, asking for approval to propose to a new signage for their community.
Okay.
What was previously there was a pad with a stone monument and was not permitted. And we were going through the process of going through the right channels to make sure that the sign is permitted into a new design of electrical. So it's a halo lit to make the property pretty much stand out to get new tenants for future residents, especially with a setback of 350 feet, just to kind of catch somebody's eye to know that they're back there. So my proposal is for a 0 setback versus a 25-foot setback to a 25-foot amendment, what was originally proposed in the agenda. And that's pretty much it.
Thank you, sir. Are there any questions from council regarding this item?
Being none, Mayor.
Are there any questions from the public regarding this item?
Seeing none, Mayor.
I have none.
Okay. This is an opportunity for council to make final comments. Are there any final comments from council regarding this item?
Councilmember Hall.
Actually, I wanted to ask a question. So I just got my hand up there a little bit late. So I'm a little unclear on what you're replacing the stone monument with. Did you say it's going to be an electrical sign?
Yes, ma'am. It will be a halo lit from the backside, so it won't be that bright, but it'll bright from the backside on the background.
Okay. Okay. And what is the size of the new sign?
The size of the new sign, pardon my delay as I'm looking it up real quick. My proposed new sign will be I think it was 120 inches in width. They're a little bit less, under 10 foot. As there is an existing stone structure sandblasted.
Is it bigger than what's currently there?
No, ma'am. It is probably 85% comparison to what's there.
Because I noticed just from reading the staff report that you've had to really kind of go the extra mile to get a lot of okays on moving forward with this. So,
Yes, ma'am.
okay, thank you. I just needed that clarification.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you for
Are
the
there
answers.
any other comments from council regarding this item?
Seeing none, Mayor.
All right. Seeing none, the motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on second reading. Madam Clerk, will you call the roll?
Councilmember Bierman,
Aye.
Councilmember Patron,
Aye.
Councilmember Hall,
Aye.
Councilmember Foreman,
Aye.
Councilmember Holman,
Yes.
Councilmember Peacock,
Yes.
Mayor Clark.
Yes.
The ordinance is adopted upon second reading unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'll now entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on final reading.
So moved.
Is
Second.
there a second? The motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on final reading. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Bierman,
Aye.
Councilmember Patron,
Aye.
Councilmember Hall,
Aye.
Councilmember Foreman,
Aye.
Councilmember Holman,
Yes.
Councilmember Peacock,
Yes.
Mayor Clark.
Yes.
The ordinance is adopted upon final reading unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item 44, consent to encroachment 1920-6 for Lot 1, Block 1 Legacy Trails Apartment Edition, 2501 Pendleton Drive. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the encroachment.
Motion to adopt.
Second.
Thank you. This is a companion item to the previous item. Are there any further questions from council regarding this item?
Seeing none.
Are there any further public comments?
Seeing none.
Are there any final comments from council regarding this item?
Again, seeing none.
Thank you. The motion on the floor is to approve the consent to encroachment. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Bierman,
Aye.
Councilmember Patron,
Aye.
Councilmember Hall, Councilmember Foreman, Councilmember Foreman, did you? Is she still? Councilmember Foreman?
Aye.
That's okay. Councilmember Holman,
Yes.
Councilmember Peacock,
Yes.
Mayor Clark.
Yes.
Consent to encroachment is approved unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item 45, ordinance 2021-5, adding Article 6, water and sanitary sewer line extension or improvement approval, and sections 21-601 through 21-605 to Chapter 21, utility services of the city code to establish definitions, creating a process for municipal exemption from certain state permits for water line and sanitary sewer line extensions, systems, and improvements, and requiring compliance with the Department of Environmental Quality and City of Norman standards. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on second reading, section by section.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. I'd now like to recognize Nathan Maidenwell, Utilities Capital Projects Engineer, to make a presentation.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. I have a brief presentation regarding this matter, so just kind of hitting the highlights of why we're doing these actions. So this is related to actually items 45 through 49. So this is for the city of Norman to obtain permitting authority for small diameter water and sanitary sewer line extensions. So real quick over what we're going to talk about, background on why we're doing this, look at the current process and what we're proposing, the advantages and disadvantages of it, and next steps to move this forward. So in 2019, the city hired management partners to review the development process and determine how we could find efficiencies and make the development process go smoother. There were 15 key recommendations that were identified, and one of them identified, I think primarily by the blue team member shown here, was recommendation 13 for the city to obtain authority from the DEQ for plan review primacy. So that's what we're proposing to do here with these actions. The current process that we have now for us to approve plans is engineer submits plans, we review them, return them with comments, engineer returns them to us, then we go through and approve them, sign the required forms, return them to the engineer, and then the engineer submits them to the DEQ for approval. That's a 30 to 60 day process currently, so bolding that so we can come back to that on the next slide. DEQ reviews it with, if no issues, they issue the permit, then the contractor for the developer can begin work at their desire. So what we're proposing to do with the ordinance resolutions and then the receipt of the permits is change those things from the previous slide with what was shown here in red. So now we will get the fee from the engineer. We will submit that with the approved plans and forms, and we'll eliminate that 30 to 60 day window where DEQ has to review it, because they won't have to issue a permit because we'll have that primacy. So advantage of this, obviously the 30 to 60 day review period, we will cut that out. On average, we see about 50 sets of plans, water and sewer a year. So just taking the low end of that will save 1,500 days of review time from DEQ annually. So that will let those developers move forward more quickly if they would prefer to do that. This is the work that's required to do this is something that we already do now. We have adequate staffing to do these reviews. We review them technically to make sure we're in accordance with city and DEQ requirements. And then the other benefit, not only for development, is on our replacement jobs. We'll be able to self-permit those as well, eliminating that step where we have to get DEQ approval. The disadvantages, they're very minor on this, but we will have to change a little bit of our process about the way we go and approve it. And rather than having the developer's engineer submit those to the DEQ, we will now have to do that on a monthly basis. But again, that will happen simultaneously while the contractor can be doing his work. So maybe just a couple other high points. So right now, only 2 other cities in Oklahoma are doing this, Oklahoma City and Tulsa. So we would be the 3rd to do this. I think this would be a good thing to move us in the right direction. So the next steps would be to adopt or reject the ordinance before you as item 45. And then the same with items 46 and 47, and then receive the permits, items 48 and 49. And then if those items are approved and the permits are received, then we would detail out the minor modifications that we need to make, notify developers and their engineers, and would propose to start this process at the beginning of October. So that way we can get our ducks in a row and make sure everyone has adequate notice about the changes. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you for that presentation. Are there any questions from council regarding this item?
Councilmember Bierman.
I just have one question. Well, it's kind of I guess a two-part question. Does the city have capacity to do proper reviews? And if so, who would do it? We have engineering staff here in the utilities department, also engineering staff in the public works department. And right now we review them to DEQ standards and city standards. So we're not really adding on any additional workload. We're actually just really eliminating a step. Okay. And I also didn't want you to think that I was at all concerned about your ability to do it.
Okay.
I just wanted to make sure that the question was asked. So thank
appreciate
you.
it.
I appreciate it.
Seeing no other questions, Mayor.
Yep, this is an opportunity for members of the public to make comments on this item. Are there any public comment?
I think we may have one on the YouTube feed.
Okay.
Cynthia Rogers, Ward 4, would like to know what kind of oversight do we have if we skip the DEQ review?
There isn't really a oversight. We will submit them to DEQ. They will review 1 out of every 10 is what they've indicated. So they will spot check us. But we're going to make sure that they meet our requirements, they meet DEQ requirements, because if they don't, then that puts an increased burden on us as city staff, as our line maintenance and operations staff. It's in our best interest to make sure that we are meeting codes.
Thank you. Are there any other public comments regarding this item?
Seeing none, Mayor.
Are there any final comments from council regarding this item?
Seeing none, Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, the motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on second reading. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Bierman,
Aye.
Councilmember Patron,
No.
Councilmember Hall, Councilmember Hall,
Aye.
Councilmember Foreman,
Aye.
Councilmember Holman,
Yes.
Councilmember Peacock,
Yes.
Mayor Clark.
Yes.
The ordinance is adopted upon second reading by a vote of 6-1, voting against Councilmember Patron.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'll now entertain a motion to adopt or reject the ordinance on final reading. Did you hear that, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
Okay. The motion on the floor is to adopt the ordinance on final reading. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Bierman,
Aye.
Councilmember Patron,
No.
Councilmember Hall,
Aye.
Councilmember Foreman,
Aye.
Councilmember Holman,
Yes.
Councilmember Peacock,
Yes.
Mayor Clark.
Yes.
The ordinance is adopted upon final reading by a vote of 6-1, voting against Councilmember Patron.
Thank you. We'll move on to item 46, Resolution 2021-26, a joint resolution of the City of Norman and the Norman Utilities Authority stating the intent to attain and maintain an exemption of the state construction permit for wastewater mains 12 inches or less in diameter, and the intent to comply with the requirements of the exemption. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the resolution.
Motion to adopt.
Second.
Thank you. This is a companion item to the previous item. Are there any further questions from council regarding this item?
Seeing none, Mayor.
Thank you. Are there any further public comments regarding this item?
Seeing none.
Are there any final comments from council regarding this item?
I do.
Seeing none. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Trying to find the raise hand. There it is. I just want you all to know it's not that I don't trust you or anything. I mean, I think we have a great staff. I just have trouble stomaching that we would get rid of this particular step. So just, I trust this staff, but what about the next one? I mean, I don't know. So that's fine.
Thank you. Any other final comments?
Seeing none.
The motion on the floor is to adopt the resolution. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Bierman,
Aye.
Councilmember Patron,
No.
Councilmember Hall, Councilmember Foreman,
Aye.
Councilmember Holman,
Yes.
Councilmember Peacock,
Yes.
Mayor Clark.
Yes.
The resolution is adopted by a vote of 6-1, voting against Councilmember Patron.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item 47, Resolution 2021-27, a joint resolution of the City of Norman and Norman Utilities Authority stating the intent to attain and maintain an exemption of the state construction permit for water mains 12 inches or less in diameter, and the intent to comply with the requirements of the exemption. I'll entertain a motion to adopt or reject the resolution.
Motion.
Second.
Is there a, thank you. This is a companion item of the previous two items. Are there any further questions from council regarding this item?
Seeing none.
Are there any further public comments?
Seeing none, Mayor.
Thank you. Are there
Seeing
any
none.
final comments? Are there any final comments from council regarding this item?
No, ma'am.
The motion on the floor is to adopt the resolution. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Bierman,
Aye.
Councilmember Patron,
No.
Councilmember Hall. Councilmember Foreman,
Aye.
Councilmember Holman,
Yes.
Councilmember Peacock,
Yes.
Mayor Clark.
Yes.
The resolution is adopted by a vote of 6-1. Voting against, Councilmember Patron.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item 48, submission and receipt of Oklahoma Department of Environmental Quality Sewer Line Permit SLPE 0014200509 dated August 11th, 2020 for the construction permit exemption for sanitary sewer line extensions 12 inches or less in diameter. I'll entertain a motion to acknowledge receipt of the permit.
Motion.
Second.
This is a companion item of the previous 3 items. Are there any further questions from council regarding this item?
Seeing none.
Are there any further public comment?
Seeing none.
Are there any final comments from council regarding this item?
Seeing none, Mayor.
The motion on the floor is to adopt the resolution. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Bierman,
Aye.
Councilmember Patron, Councilmember Hall, Councilmember Foreman, Councilmember Holman,
Yes.
Councilmember Peacock,
Yes.
Mayor Clark.
Yes.
The motion to acknowledge receipt of the permit passes by a vote of 6-1. Voting against, Councilmember Patron.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item 49, submission and receipt of the Oklahoma Department of Environmental Quality Water Line Permit WLPE 0014200508 dated August 11th, 2020 for the construction permit exemption for water line extension 12 inches or less in diameter. I'll entertain a motion to acknowledge receipt of the permit.
Motion.
Is there a second?
Got it.
This is a Sorry.
Second. Did somebody do it?
No, we got it.
Okay, sorry about that. Very random distraction. This is a companion item of the previous 4 items. Are there any further questions from council regarding this item?
No.
Are there any further public comments?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. Are there any final comments from council regarding this item?
Seeing none.
The motion on the floor is to adopt the resolution. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Councilmember Bierman,
Aye.
Councilmember Patron,
No.
Councilmember Hall, Councilmember Foreman,
Aye.
Councilmember Holman,
Yes.
Councilmember Peacock,
Yes.
Mayor Clark.
Yes.
The motion to acknowledge receipt of the permit passes by a vote of 6-1. Voting against, Councilmember Patron.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Item 50, miscellaneous discussion. This is an opportunity for citizens to address council. Remarks should be directed to the council as a whole and limited to 3 minutes or less.
One moment, Mayor. I think we may have some public comment. I have one from an email. It says, oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry, that was something, it was unrelated to tonight's meeting. Excuse me. So none.
Okay. With no miscellaneous discussion, I will turn it over to council. Let's mix it up a little tonight. Councilor Peacock, let's start with Ward 8. I don't think we've done that yet.
I appreciate that opportunity. I just want to, I'm sure a lot of people are going to talk about this, but I just want to extend my condolences, my deep thoughts to Mr. David Perry and his family. I'm honestly still kind of speechless and at a loss for words about the whole situation. So I just want them to know that we're thinking about them, and that I think we are going to do our best to carry on his spirit and take on the mantle of his causes. So go with that.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Holman.
Thank you. I have similar comments about Councilmember Perry. really stunned at that news on Saturday. And I just extend my condolences and thoughts to his family. I hope that the council going forward can think about some of the things that were important to David and try to work on some of those policies that we know he would have supported. So anyway, I do want to extend also a congratulations, a farewell to, I think this will be our last meeting with Ken Comiskey, our utilities director. I think his last day of work is Friday, maybe.
Correct.
And so, yeah, okay. And so Ken is a Ward 7 resident, so I've gotten to know he and his wife pretty well over the last 7 years or so. And just really appreciate all the work that he's done and the time that he's committed to our city over the years. Overseeing our utilities department. That's a mega job. We've, spent almost $100 million, I think, in infrastructure improvements to the water treatment and the water reclamation facility just in the years I've been on council. And, Ken being in charge of utilities, that's something he's had to oversee. So we're definitely going to miss him and his expertise, but I know he's going to have a good time in retirement. So wish you well, Ken. I also want to extend a congratulations to my good friend and fellow Norman native, Kara Joy McKee. She was reelected tonight by a landslide to the District 4 City Council in Tulsa. That encompasses the downtown and most of the historic older areas of downtown Tulsa and central Tulsa. So she is Norman. She's won our Human Rights Award before, I think in 2012. She moved to Tulsa a few years ago with her husband, Gene Perry. She ran for city council 2 years ago and she won. So very excited. Congratulations to you, Kara. And I also just want to thank all the people that came out to my ward meeting last Thursday. It wasn't a lot of folks, but I was there for 4 hours at Reeves Park. Well after dark, it was 10 o'clock. I think we might've been breaking the law, but we were in the parking lot and some people really wanted to talk. So we hung out after staff left, and I appreciate staff for coming out. They thoroughly answered questions and some of the concerns that people had. So I don't have a whole lot to really say about the vote tonight. I appreciate people going out and voting. That's one of the biggest issues. And, we need to do better and look to the future and do some more planning. So I'll definitely look forward to having a follow-up kind of breakdown of the election stuff, and be happy to discuss with residents how we might be moving forward from here. So anyway, I appreciate all of you, and I look forward to seeing you again. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Holman. Councilmember Foreman.
I don't really have a whole lot to say. I think 2020, I think everybody's sort of had an existential crisis, and I've definitely come on a council at a very interesting time, and to lose someone that I came on council with, someone who I got to know very well this year, who is a very big champion of the people in Norman and of fairness in our community, that's really, really affected me these last few days, and just express my condolences to his family, and be kind to each other. Life is very precious. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Hall.
Yeah, I want to start out by recognizing the acute absence I think we're all feeling tonight with David Perry not being a part of our deliberations tonight. It's really hard to just carry on right now. And I really enjoyed getting to know him. We really were on the campaign trail together starting in December, and had the opportunity to have a lot of very stimulating and robust conversations. And I agree with Councilmember Holman that I think we all recognize some of the issues that were really important to him. And I'm hoping that we can keep those on the table and move through some of those to honor all of what he's done to Norman and contributed to Norman. I also think I wanted to mention that his memorial service is scheduled for this Friday, August 28th at 2 p.m. And because we're living in a pandemic, of course, the attendance in person will be strictly limited, but it is going to be live streamed. And I think a lot of people would be interested in participating in that live stream. So I just wanted to mention that. Wanted to also congratulate tonight the Ward 4 residents for appointments that were made tonight. I always appreciate all of our residents in Norman that step up and volunteer to serve on our boards and commissions, because it's such important work, and we rely on the service of all these people. So the Development Oversight Committee for the TIF District number 2, congratulations to Michaela Parker. Congratulations to Cody Franklin, who'll be serving on the Greenbelt Commission, and to Tabor Halford, who'll be serving on the Historic District Commission. Appreciate your service, all of you. I also wanted to be sure and thank Ellen Usry and Brenda Hall tonight. As we were moving through our Zoom meeting, it was really striking to see Ellen in particular being so careful to create a safe environment for everyone to be able to come and address us in City Hall. It's unusual times, and I just appreciate her attention to detail. And to Brenda, who, you know, at the Starship Enterprise is always making the magic happen. So thank you both for all you do to help these run as smoothly as possible. I also wanted to recognize Mr. Ken Comiskey. I've really enjoyed working with him, and he has such a long history with Norman, with so many successful projects and creative problem-solving projects that he's accomplished for our city. And I think, you know, most people don't realize the massive operation that he oversaw, and his can-do attitude and just positive ways of going about solving problems will certainly be missed. And I wish him well in retirement, but he leaves big shoes to fill. So we will miss you greatly. And I intended to make this comment when Mr. Presilla did his presentation, and I just didn't get my hand up fast enough. But I did want to just acknowledge the effort that he made from when he first presented this application. And like I said, I did see his presentation at the Planning Committee, and the efforts that he made in between planning and his presentation tonight to reach out to his neighbors. When a neighborhood protests at 51%, that always gets everyone's attention. And in this case, it was just a couple of people. And he stated publicly at planning that he intended to go back and try to work things out and have conversations with his neighbors to see, you know, if he could accommodate the things that they were concerned about. And I think he actually was able to accomplish that. So I just meant to say that at the time, and just wanted to thank him again for being a good neighbor and trying to resolve conflict with his own proposals, so that everybody would feel as positive as they could about him moving forward with his project. So I really appreciate that.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilor Patron.
Okay. Okay, so losing Mr. Perry was a shock to us all, and my heart goes out to his family. And I guess what I would like to say is what a class act, and how kind and gentle and compassionate, and Councilmember Foreman used the word fair, and I think that that is a great description as well. I think that with all of the emotions tonight, what a lot of us, or at least, I mean, I can only speak for myself, but just watching the faces on this screen that I'm seeing, he was elected and represents 31,000 people in the city. So the fact that we decided to postpone something, nothing changed as far as any permanence of the grant, or like we didn't lose it. What changed from last week to this week was that 31,000 people didn't have representation sitting up here on a very divisive issue. That's what changed. And for me, it was out of respect for him and his people. He was elected by them, and same for Ward 5. Sarita's not here. There's this lag time of these 2 empty seats, and my PC is running out of battery. But between the 2 of them, that's 31,000 people. So, you know, I read a comment after the mask mandate thing ordinance, and one of the people that was really angry about it said, just because Councilmember Patron can do something doesn't mean that she should. And it's somebody that I've respected for a long time. And it was in reference to, it was a written comment, it was in reference to the fact that I had contacted a constitutional lawyer to say, because I care about rights and democracy. And that was the response, because the constitutional lawyer had said, this is absolutely constitutional, this ordinance, from my reading and my understanding. So just because we could choose to ignore 31,000 people tonight doesn't mean that we should. So maybe I took that person's advice, even though tonight that same person wanted me to ignore that and ignore those 31,000 people. So it's just interesting how it works out. But I know that Councilmember Perry would say, let my people have representation. And so I hope that by the 22nd that we are able to have that seat filled, because he cared greatly about his ward. He cared greatly about this community. And I agree with the council members before me who have talked about carrying on issues that were very important to him. So I do want to thank Mr. Mark Daniels for stepping into the Planning Commission seat and serving the city. This is a divisive time, it feels like. I don't know if it's just 2020 or if it's, who knows what it is, but thank you for stepping up. You see the atmosphere and you still say, you know what, I'm going to serve my city, and appreciate you. The MSTAT award, that one spoke a lot to me too. My husband used to work for MSTAT, and we're grateful for the service that they do to this community, and keeping us all safe. I hope that going forward, we are going to hear this again on September 22nd and on the PD. And I really hope that we don't have politicization of the police department just for politics' sake. That there's no reason to create a political storm just because you don't like the outcome of something different. So it's not fair to our officers, it's not fair to our people, it's not fair to anybody involved to overly politicize anything. And so I really hope that we can get back to what Mr. Garcia was talking about in a much more neighborly atmosphere, to go straight for the jugular and assume that this council doesn't like children because we put it off for 2 weeks or whatever, a month. I mean, come on, that couldn't be further from the truth. I love and adore my kids, your kids, teachers, but we have to make good policy and people need to be represented. For the bonds, here we have a lot, council members, we have some big decisions to make. And I assume that those conversations will be happening soon. So to my ward, if you have any particular input that you would like to give about the future of any of these different topics that were just on which there were a lot on those ballots, please reach out to me and let me know what it is that you think would be a meaningful path forward on all of them. Um, uh, Ken Kaminsky and Angelo is also retiring, both of which have just served our community with everything they have, and they've done a wonderful job. And we've been so blessed to have them. So thank you so much for serving the city of Norman and sticking with us. And we're noticing when you're leaving, though. You're like, yeah, this is crazy, I'm out. But it's not just Norman, it's everywhere. Things are just, we're not used to dealing with a pandemic. This is new. Everything just seems, the world's upside down. And I just would really encourage all of us to extend a little bit of grace, because we could all really use it, not just here, but our neighbors. We all live in this community together, and we actually love one another quite a bit. So coming in and, just take a deep breath and remember that you actually probably have more in common than you think. And I think that that is all I have to say for today. I appreciate you all.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Bierman.
Sorry, I had to find my microphone. It was hiding in my hair. So I also want to echo what my fellow council member said about the untimely passing of Dave Perry. I can't imagine what Margaret and Britton are going through. I just can't. And frankly, this is a loss for our whole community. This is someone who could probably go round after round with Councilmember Hallman about City of Norman knowledge. I really wanted to see that face off, and I never got to see it. And when I talked to Councilmember Perry on Wednesday, the Wednesday before he died, he said, I'm feeling good and I'm ready to get back to work. And we're going to get to work for him, but his loss is going to be coloring a lot of what we do this year, because I think that was almost the perfect symbolism of what this year has been like. Some really high highs and some really shocking out of the blue lows. And this is one of those moments. And I think we're all going to feel his loss very keenly for the rest of this year, no matter who fills this seat. And at the same time, I will also be feeling the loss of Mr. Ken Kaminsky, because I don't know anyone who is so positive and upbeat and happy about water and trash and sewer waste. I really didn't think that I could ever meet someone who was that excited about water, trash, and sewer waste, but I did. And his name is Ken Kaminsky. And we are, I don't know what we're going to do without him. I know that his shoes are too big to fill completely. And I'm going to make Ken the promise that I'm going to continue working with City Manager Pyle on this zero waste incinerator idea, because I want that to be here so that he can come back and visit it. So and when it comes to the bonds, as Councilmember Patron said, we're going to have some tough decisions that we have to make. And I know that this body is going to be up to that task, but I am really disappointed by some more than others. I've made it clear that I wasn't a big fan of some of these propositions, but I really cared about some of the other ones. And it was just disappointing to see such an across the board no. You want to talk about supporting children? One of those would have done that. Multiple of them would have done that. You want to talk about supporting police? One of those propositions would have done that. You want to talk about supporting small businesses in this community? One of those propositions would have done that too. So, I think there's going to have to be some compromise here. We've had 2 public votes that said yes to these facilities at this price, but no to those facilities at this price. And we're going to have to figure out what the middle ground is there. I know that we can, and I hope that we can similarly talk about it in a less emotional way and not use bond propositions as weapons against council members maybe that you don't like. So these issues are not going away. We're going to have to figure out what to do about them. And the question is, what are we going to do? And then the last thing I'm going to say is and anyone who caught the very beginning of this meeting at 5:30 might have caught a tiny bit of a story that I was sharing, and I think it might be helpful for parents whose children are in school, that if you are going to be getting your child tested for COVID and you do it through your pediatrician's office, be sure to continue to follow up on those results. Because I'm being held hostage by my test results for my daughter. The test results were processed by Norman Regional and sent back to my pediatrician that I was not able to get in touch with before they closed for the day. So my child might be fine to go back to daycare tomorrow. I certainly have 3 days worth of stuff that I have to do tomorrow, but I also don't want to bring a child who might have COVID out to run my errands with me. And it's the first week of classes at OU. So my husband has a lot of newbie staff and a really busy week this week. So if you have to get your child tested for COVID, follow up with the lab as often as you need to get those results. Don't wait for your pediatrician to call you with them if you can help it. Because I understand how difficult it can be to handle everything that adults have to do in their daily lives and deal with kids who may or may not be in school or may not be in daycare and may or may not be exposed to COVID. So just wanted to throw that out there for anyone who might be wondering how this was going to work for them. Follow up on your test results. And go, or you could go get tested at IMI. I've never had to wait more than 24 hours for my results with IMI. And I'm really thankful that they're here and can provide that service to residents. It's easy to make an appointment online. They often have same day appointments. And the first time I got tested at 11 a.m. and got my results back at 7 p.m. So that was surprising. I wasn't expecting them that fast, but I was glad to get them that fast. So, and as Councilmember Patrone said, give everyone some grace. I would really love to start seeing a little more assumption of positive intent among everyone, and that's myself included. I've entered into some conversations with residents who have called me and did not extend them that same courtesy. So speaking from experience there and trying to learn that myself, but give grace, assume positive intent from other people, and recognize that everyone who is participating in local government, whether it's on this side of the dais or at the podium speaking, and regardless of which side of an issue you're on, if you are one that believes there are sides, we all live here. We all shop at the same stores. Our children go to the same schools. Our children might even be friends, which would make for some pretty awkward interactions. So let's all try and remember that we are neighbors. This is not the same as yelling at your TV screen about the national political figure saying something that you don't like. These are your neighbors. They might live a couple doors down from you. They might live across the street. They might live on the other side of the city, but this is not as big of a city as we all like to think it is. So be kind to each other. And my thoughts to Dave Perry's family. I'll be watching on Friday.
Thank you, Councilmember. All very well said. I think I have more emotions than I have words tonight, but I do want to start with gratitude to Judd Foster and Daryl Pyle and Jason Olson and all of the other staff that worked their tails off, going to meeting after meeting after meeting and spending time away from their families to show you what we could do with the yes vote, to show you the vision of what the citizens told us they wanted with Norman Forward, to EDAB for spending all that time on working on a unique plan for Norman to support our businesses, to every single nonprofit and city staff that deals with social issues like homelessness. And then of course, to everyone that works at the municipal complex, including the police department. Thank you for trying. We had a great plan. It was the perfect time to invest, but I also understand the reluctance of some residents to make that commitment right now because there are so many unknowns. And I understand that. We're all gonna have to play the hand that we got dealt with COVID-19. It's gonna be a lot more difficult now. Will years from now, when we're at smaller facilities that will outgrow quickly, will we look back at this election and wish we had voted differently? Maybe, maybe not. As always, time will tell. But one guarantee I can give you and will always give you is this council is not here to make a career out of local government. This council is not here for the money. This council is not here for headlines. This council is not here for interviews or selfies. That one was for me. This council is here to make this city a better place. And we're going to use all the tools we have. We now have less tools in the toolbox, unfortunately. But to the staff, again, the gratitude. You all have worked so hard and you deserved this. But it's not about the staff. In a way, it always is. But it's also about the residents, because we're not going to be able to deliver as good of services as we could have. And that's just a reality. But this council has shown for decades, they will give everything they have 24/7 to provide the best services to the residents of the city of Norman. And that won't change. This council has shown they will put in 12-hour meetings to make, okay, I've heard $50. To be honest, I think it's a total, I think after taxes, I get like $91, which my husband's told me I need to fix that because we end up paying taxes for me to be on the Norman City Council. We're not going to stop working. We are sure as hell not going to be intimidated to provide less than outstanding, well-thought service to everyone in this town. You may not agree with us, but we're still going to work for you. We're still going to do the best job we can because we are public servants. And you don't have to agree with us. I'm not even going to ask for grace anymore. I'm going to ask for basic civility. We deserve that. You deserve that. We all deserve that. That's all there is to it. So we got the outcome that we got. We gave it our best shot. We thought a well planned, put it out there, and Norman residents have spoken. And we will do the best we can to continue to create the best city to live in with the best services, the best opportunity to have a quality life. That's what we all deserve. That's why we all do the work. And that's why we won't quit. So thank you to staff and thank you to this council for your time and your dedication and the countless hours of effort and research and meetings and constituent engagement that goes into this labor of love. Again, this is not a career. This is not a moneymaker. It is a labor of love for a city we all live in. I want to congratulate everyone that had appointments tonight to boards and commissions. Your service is appreciated. To our staff members that are retiring, you will be missed. And we'll probably bother you at some point when we can't figure something out. That's just how it goes. And to Councilmember Perry's family, my condolences. It caught us all off guard, but no more than you. He did have a vision, and one I want to highlight right now that is important. And for everyone watching, everyone's involved in this because we're the only city in the state of Oklahoma that has to vote on the creation or raising of utilities. Citywide Wi-Fi. We have got to figure that out. And it may seem insurmountable, but everything starts off as seeming insurmountable. But we're going to take it one step at a time because COVID-19 has shown us that without reliable Wi-Fi, reliable internet, you don't have access to healthcare. You don't have access to education. You don't have access to benefits. You don't have access to human contact. And we can do better than that. And I'm ready for the challenge. We did have to reschedule our retreat. And council members, you will get an email on the date I have proposed to our city clerk for rescheduling it. It is in October, but I want a full council. This will be our goals and agenda. I will be making a state of the city speech in the near future, where after the retreat, where I can highlight those for the city of Norman. We have decided that Tuesday, we will have a special meeting. At that meeting, we will appoint the Ward 5 replacement, which should be announced later this week. We will also appoint the citizen committee that will help find the replacement for Councilmember Perry. We are moving quickly. We didn't ask for any of these challenges, but we're certainly not afraid to tackle them head on and to do it quickly because residents deserve that and we need to be able to tackle these difficult issues as a team. So that's all I have for tonight. And for every Norman resident watching, I want to say thank you. Whether you agree with me or not, thank you for the opportunity to serve this city. It is an honor. It can be challenging, but I love every minute of it. And I'm not going anywhere. So with that, we do have an executive session. Item 51, consideration of adjourning into an executive session as authorized by Oklahoma statutes Title 25, Section 307B3 to discuss the possible purchase of real property for a future bus transfer station located at 320 East Comanche Street. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn out of the city council meeting and into an executive session.
Motion to adjourn for the Stephen T. Holman bus terminal discussion.
Woo!
Second.
Can you guys hear the party in the background?
Oh, I like that.
Oh no.
Base is about to hit. Get ready. My windows are shaking a little bit.
Anyone? Okay, well, COVID update on Tuesday as well after that special meeting. Just throwing that one out there. So do I have a second?
Second.
Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll? You are muted.
So sorry. Councilmember Bierman,
Aye.
Councilmember Patron,
Aye.
Councilmember Hall. Aye. Councilmember Foreman,
Aye.
Councilmember Holman,
Yes.
Councilmember Peacock,
Yes.
Mayor Clark.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
We will now adjourn into executive session.
Let's give it a minute for people to
Yeah, let us get out of
exit.
here.
Let me exit some people.